committee. I hope you and your whānau are safe and well. We'll start off with our karakia that we have for our committee. I noi tātou, kia hore te marino, kia whakapapa paunamu te moana hei huarahi. Mā tātou i te rangi nei, aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou i a tātou katoa, hui e, tā eki e. So, look, welcome everybody. We'll get straight into our committee. Just wanted to first, just for myself, and just want to acknowledge the Deputy Mayor for the reminder. But our Mr. Stay is today, and His Worship the Mayor will say a few words at just before 11 a.m. And we will acknowledge that day as a result after the Mayor has finished. Also, congratulations to Councillor Richard Hills, and look, it's about the arrival of their pepe, so congratulations to him. Also, just a reminder about the use of the sidebar. You know, it's can be accessed by the public, so good luck to any comments you want to put on there. That's your fella's fault, not mine. Also, I will keep an eye, Morena, as I will keep an eye on our speaking list and also for our pātai. So, Maya or Suad, assalamu alaikum, Suad, and Maya, if we could go through the roll call, please. Kia ora.
Morena councillors, we'll do the roll call. Mayor Goff.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore. Cashmore.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Bartley.
Aloha.
Aloha. Councillor Casey.
Morena Maya.
Morena. Councillor Collins.
Kia ora mai, Talofa, Chair.
Talofa. Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Dalton.
Morena.
Morena. Councillor Filipina is here. Councillor Fletcher.
Good morning on Armistice Day.
Good morning. Councillor Henderson.
Morena koutou.
Morena. IMSB member Kaki.
He'll be an apology for a little while.
Thank you. Councillor Mulholland.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Councillor Newman. Councillor Sayers.
Good morning, thank you.
Morning. Councillor Simpson.
Morning.
Morning. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Walker.
Present.
Councillor Watson. I can see Councillor Watson online there. Well, he might be having connection issues. IMSB member Wilcox.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Young.
Kia ora, 大家早.
Kia ora. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Maya. We'll move to the apologies. I have received apologies from Councillor Darby and Councillor Hills. Also, lateness is Councillor Cooper, and also early departure is Councillor Bartley at 11 a.m. I will move those, and Kathy, will you second those, please?
Yep.
So it's been moved and seconded. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried.
Mr.
Just
Chairman,
calling for any
may
declarations.
I just check with you in terms of apology? Is it your intention to take a 2-minute break at 11 a.m. this morning?
Yeah, I covered that when we started. So just before 11 o'clock, Maya will indicate to us. Everything will stop then. I will then invite His Worship the Mayor to say a few words, and then we will have an acknowledgement of Armistice Day. So that was covered earlier, Councillor Fletcher. So definitely going to happen. So we move on to declaration of interest. Are there any? 3-second rules done. Confirmation of minutes. I will move for the confirmation of the minutes. Councillor Casey again, second.
Yep.
If there's no discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favours? In favours.
Aye.
Against? Carried. I then public input. There was one public input. I declined that request, and that was from the Matakana Coastal Trail Trust. Look, that was cleared with them, so they were aware. So we'll move into now local board. I have, however, accepted two public input. One is from the Senior Advisory Panel, and that is the co-chairs from Claire Dale and Gail Marsh. They will speak at item 17. I also have Age Concern Auckland Incorporated. So that is the public input that we will be hearing very soon. It's on the age-friendly Tamaki Makaurau Action Plan. So look, I want to welcome Age Concern. Hopefully they're online at the moment, and if you are, please, if you could introduce yourselves, inform us as to who's online, and then we'll move into your presentation. Thank you so much.
Yes, hello. Hopefully people can hear me. My name is Kevin Lamb. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Age Concern Auckland. So I hope I'm coming through.
Yes, you are.
Okay, that's great. Well, thank you firstly for inviting me and accepting the invitation for us to come and speak at this meeting and speak really in support of the age-friendly Tamaki Makaurau Auckland Action Plan. And I think the first thing to say is that although I am from Age Concern Auckland and Age Concern, our focus is on ensuring the respect and the rights and the dignity and the participation of all older people across our city. I'm not here today speaking on behalf of Age Concern as such, but on behalf of all of those of us in the community sector who support and work with older people across the city. And one of the things that I think it's probably worth just reflecting on when we think about age-friendly Tamaki Makaurau is we've been through some rather extraordinary times over the last 18 months, and certainly over the last few months during this latest lockdown. There has been a couple of things that have struck me and that have really sort of shine a very clear spotlight on some of the issues regarding our older people. And those two things are, firstly, I think, if we reflect, we've seen lots of international polls and lists suggesting that Auckland is the world's most livable city, the city most, or should be on the high on the list for people to visit as soon as they can. And I think we can probably all agree that although we're probably all biased, that Auckland certainly is a very livable city. And it is certainly something we should all be rightly proud of. However, for those of us who have been working with older people during the course of this last lockdown, one of the clearest messages that we've had coming through very loud and clear is when we have been talking to them about how this latest round of lockdowns has impacted them in terms of being shut away and being isolated and being unable to participate in city life. One of the commonest things that we hear is it's no different. This is what our life is like all of the time, every day, every week, every month, every year. A lockdown, a pandemic makes little or no difference to their lives. it merely exacerbates already existing problems. So although we have a highly desirable and livable city, and indeed for the majority of older people, this is a wonderful place for people to live and to grow older. But for a very sizable minority of people, that is far from the case. And really, we would never dream of speaking on behalf of older people, but we do believe that older people deserve to have a voice, and we believe their voice is deserving of being heard. And particularly those older people who are potentially marginalized. And if we think that there are anywhere up to 20% of all of our older people live with loneliness and isolation in our city every single day of the year. And this is not just isolation and loneliness that we all experience every now and again. This is loneliness and isolation that is detrimental to an individual's physical and emotional and mental well-being. And that means that there's somewhere in the region of 30 to 40,000 people, older people in Auckland today who are lonely and isolated, who would turn around to you today and say, Auckland is not age-friendly. If we then dig deeper, we know that there are around 10%, 1 in 10 older people in Auckland will experience abuse and neglect. So we know there are some serious challenges. We know there are some serious problems. And we know that we need to do things differently to improve the lot of our older population. And that is particularly important when we sit and we reflect on the fact that we are seeing our demographics change so rapidly. We are seeing the proportion and the absolute number of older people across the city grow. And we're seeing it double over the course of the next 10 to 15 years. If we do nothing now, the situations that we face today will only become worse. We're also seeing an increasing diversity of all our city home. And we believe, speaking on behalf of the community sector, that every older person, no matter who they are, no matter where they live in the city, no matter where their background or their circumstance, we believe that every older person has the rights to fully participate and enjoy their life living in Tamaki Makaurau. And at the moment, I think it's true to say that a significant minority of people, that isn't the case. So we feel it's really important that we do indeed adopt, or the council adopts, the age-friendly action plan. We don't see this as a council initiative, although the council are a very significant partner in this whole exercise, and indeed it has to be the council who puts this forward. It has to be the council who submits this to the WHO, because only a local authority can do that. This is an effort that all of us need to be on board with. And certainly we know from ourselves at Age Concern Auckland, but from many of my friends and colleagues throughout the community sector who work with older people, we are fully on board with this plan. We see this as a whole community initiative. So we are really just urging the council and this committee to really plant that flag to say that Auckland really is an age-friendly city. It is truly a world-class, livable city for everybody, no matter who they are, how old they are. If you plant that flag, we will gather around it as the community sector, and we will deliver an age-friendly Tamaki Makaurau. All we are asking for this committee is that you support this initiative. I would also just like to, before I sort of finish, is just acknowledge all of the incredible hard work that the council have put into this, but also that many community organisations and individuals have put into this. This has been a piece of work that has been a long time in the making. This has been an initiative that's been talked about for a number of years. And we feel the plan that is now being placed in front of the council committee is an extremely good, proactive plan. It's innovative. It will help us ensure that everyone across the whole of our city, no matter their age, can live in a city that recognizes them, that values them, that includes them. And so I would just finish by urging the committee to, when you have the opportunity later on this afternoon to adopt this plan, that you go ahead and do so. Thank you. That's really all I have to say.
Tēnā koe, Kevin. Just want to mihi to you in regards to the comments, especially around the people who have been involved with the formation of this particular report and the application to WHO. Also, thank you so much for your work as well. Kevin, I'm just going to open it up for any pātai to you. So I'm just going to look. There's nothing at the moment. I have got, however, Councillor Mulholland and also Councillor Casey. They will be moving and seconding just our acknowledgement to receive your public input. But at the moment, there's no pātai. I'm assuming the quiet is because everybody is supportive when we get to the item, Kevin.
Let's hope so.
Yep. Okay. So look, Kevin, again, on behalf of all of us and to Age Concerned Auckland Incorporated, please give our thanks to the mahi that you're also doing with this, but also in Tāmaki. Thank you. Ngā mihi ki a koe. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you very much.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. I'll put the recommendation to acknowledge Kevin Lamb. All those in favour?
Aye.
Carried. Number 6 and 6.1, and this is the Deputy Chair Margie Watson from the Albert Eden Local Board in regards to the item we have at the last of our agenda, which is item 18, the indicative business case. So Margie, if you're there, all yours. Maya will help you with the PowerPoint and she'll run it from her end. So Margie, tēnā koe and nau mai haere mai.
Sorry, Chair, I can't see Margie online. Oh, yes she is. She's just coming online now.
Ka pai.
I will put the PowerPoint up now.
Okay.
Atamari.
Ah, Margie, yeah, look, I just introduced you, but look, you just come online, so I'll just leave it to you. Maya will have your PowerPoint and she'll run it from her end. So, tēnā koe, Margie, nau mai haere mai.
Kia ora, Alf. Thank you. I had to come in off the live stream that was running, so sorry for the delay. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Margie Watson aho. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. And so thank you to you, Chair Alf, and the committee. I do send greetings from the Albert Eden Local Board Chair, Lee Corrick, who is unfortunately unable to make it today due to a long-standing pre-arranged commitment. So she's asked me to present to you in her place. In this presentation, I will share the views of the Albert Eden Local Board on the report that we received in September 2021 for our comments, and it's in that capacity I present today. I would just like to note that I am the council appointed representative on the Mount Albert Grammar School Community Pool Trust. And I sit there, but today I present in terms of the local board. Look, I just for those that have read the report, I just wanted to respond to some matters that were in the IBC, and just a reminder about the structure of the facility. So a trust owns the pool facility. There is a licence to occupy with the Ministry of Education because the pool sits on school grounds, so that has rights of renewal through to around 2073. The trust have an agreement with council that they will, a supervisory agreement where they will oversee the management and R&M of the facility and fund CapEx of renewals. Auckland Council then contract Belgravia as a private operator to manage the facility on council's behalf. So quite a clumsy model set in place 23 years ago when the facility was built. But just noting it's a key part of the aquatic network for the city and is always considered as part of that network. There are some downsides to the model being a little bit clumsy because it's also not part of a council-owned facility. The free swimming to under 16s does not apply. Shall I continue? Yes? Okay.
Yep. Maya.
Yep. There's just a whole lot of noise at my end. Okay. So the under 16 swim free does not apply at this pool. So there's a charge for children to enter. So some of the benefits do not come through. Look, the IBC as it was presented was in response to some long-held concerns of the local community, the local board, over the last decade regarding provision and adequacy of the facility. The capacity is a major issue at the facility. If you read 3.3.3 of the report, you will see on average over 1,000 people are accessing the facility a day, and the capacity isn't there to actually meet the full demand currently. There are constraints given it's on a school site where we know that when it was first built they had 1,000 students. They're heading towards 3,000 and predicted to grow even further. So, and they've brought girls onto the site. It's now a co-ed school. So there's growth pressure there. And it's not fit for purpose. And what you'll see in the report is even on one of the pages, there's a reference to the swimming lanes. You can have up to 7 swimmers in a swim lane because there is limited access. We have the school utilising the pool. We have Belgravia running swim programs. We have swim schools running swim programs, and there's limited access for others to use the pool. There is some capacity in the wave pool, which is the leisure component, but overall the facility is quite stretched. And council funds the work around it. Next slide, please. Is someone able to? Yeah, thank you. So we advocated and have it mentioned in our local board plans for several additions. We advocated in the LTP for funding to address the issues of this site, either an expansion or move to another site. We've funded the upgrade in 2015 to keep it ticking over for a longer period of time. But what is very clear in the IBC is the needs to be provision continue somewhere in Albert Eden. Next slide, please. So the recommended option, which is option 0 out of 4, didn't address any of the existing issues that we have on the site. It doesn't provide community access, it doesn't address the capacity, and it's based on the fact that the faux local pool will go ahead in 2029 and that'll mean the capacity is met on this facility for 4 years only, from 2029 to 2033. So over the next 30 years we're not meeting demand. The other is that we note that while we've advocated in the LTP and the IBC has come through with a BCR, that there are other projects that are also noted in the outer years of the LTP that score lower than this. So next slide, please. We have those capacity issues. What needs to happen is we need either to expand the current building and the pool on the site, or we need to move it to another site. The local board had considered and put up in the past 2 other options where it could go and looked for, and still has, land in which the pool could be located, a new pool that was going to meet demand. There are driveway access issues because everyone has to drive through to access the main gates of Mount Albert Grammar School, where you have up to 3,000 people coming and going at bell times morning and afternoon. And it's a shared car park, although it's differentiated which is pool and which is school. And they've started placing school buildings on part of the car park to meet their capacity needs. We also note that the promoter score is fairly low, and while some people mention that's in relation to operational issues like how clean they are, is that less people recommend the use of the pool than recommend the use of the pool. So we've got a facility we're funding to a high degree as council. We're not letting under 16s in, and we're not getting great feedback from the community. So I guess essentially that is my summary, And so for us, as a local board, we rejected the IBC. We didn't think it met what we needed to see around provision on that site or in the Albert Eden area, which also supports other communities around it that aren't in the local board area. We note that there's recommendation E in your papers, which suggests doing some further work in 2029. Should the faux pool not go ahead, we feel that further work needs to be progressed now rather than waiting another 8 years to find out whether that goes ahead, because we're still going to have that gap in the provision over the next 30 years. Happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Margie, and sorry about the noise from your phone. Just to let everybody know, that was me sending you a text. So thank you so much. Look, I'm going to seek a mover and a seconder, and I'm looking at the two councillors for that area first before I open up for part-time.
To Alfie.
Yep, and Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so Maya, you've got our mover and seconder, and first part-time is Councillor Casey. Margie?
Yeah, thanks, Alfie. I've got two questions for you, Margie. The first one is, could you talk a little bit about, this issue has been around in the local area for a very long time. Can you talk a little about community expectations of council at this stage? And the other question I have is, could you say a little about the Unitec development, which has gone under the radar, but is still trundling along to build another village next to Mount Albert?
Sure. Maybe to answer the second question first, is the development on what was the Unitec land, which has been administered as part of the Auckland housing program and partnered with Mana Whenua and MHUD sort of coordinating all that, is in progress. There will be up to 4,000 new dwellings on that Unitec piece of land. And what we do know is that potentially that could mean 10,000 new people moving into the neighbourhood. It is classified as Mount Albert, or wedged between Mount Albert and Point Chev. It's now known as the Carrington Precinct. And what I can tell you is that some of the groundworks are already underway. So housing will follow, but they're working on the road network and layout. They're starting construction of diversion of creeks and other matters. So that's underway, and what we know is the pressure it will create not only on community facilities, on local schools, on the roading network. So it's essentially a new suburb in Mount Albert, and those people will want recreation opportunities. Nothing I have seen shows that it includes a pool or other community facilities for that matter. There is some retail proposed. So that's an added pressure, and I'm not sure whether that was included in the IPC. The other is the community view is it's great to have a pool, but we continue to hear from the community when we go out and talk to them about it regarding capacity there. So the school want more access because it's on their school grounds, and that's quite logical. The community want access. They see it as a community pool. The swim school want to be able to teach more young children and adults aquatic skills, and they've got limited capacity. And we have programs like Green Prescription running there where people are trying to get active again, and those programs. And so there's a squeeze, and it's a real, it's a squeeze on our facilities, and we need to be able to provide those facilities going forward. So there needs to be some forward planning, and just putting off to 2029 for further discussion doesn't really meet community need. Hope that helps.
Yeah, thanks, Margie.
Margie, there seems to be no more part-eye on our sidebar. So look, it's been moved and seconded. Just want to say thank you. Thank you for your advocacy and around that. And I've known that that advocacy has been for many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
Margie, ngā mihi ki a koe, thank you so much.
Kia ora.
It's been moved and seconded, so I'm going to put the...
Aye.
Against? Aye. 'Aye. 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 ' Move extraordinary items. I've received none. We'll move on to item 8. Item 8 is a summary. It has been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Casey. This is the information only report. So I'm going to move that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Carry. We'll move to item 9. This is the proposed land exchange at Taniwha Reserve and Maybury Reserve in Glen Innes. Maya, is there an update in regards to the gentleman, Mr. Patrick O'Meara, coming through?
Yes, Chair, there is an update. I've just got an email from him 2 minutes ago. They had wished to speak in this matter, but due to circumstances beyond their control, they're unable to do this. He does not have a personal computer, so he's not able to attend via Skype. He has asked if this be deferred from the agenda and put down for a time when the public are able to speak.
Okay, Maya, look, I'm personally okay, but it's just around now the delay that it may cause. So I'm sort of seeking advice in regard to that. I've got no problems putting this particular item off, but I just wanted to ensure, and maybe that's something we will discuss with our officers, our staff around this, around the delay that it could cause. So look, in light of that, I think that just needs to be look, it just doesn't need to be voted from my perspective, and he's just told you 2 minutes ago.
Yes.
So, Maya, I think that's the direction I'm heading in. You got any thoughts with that?
I think we can carry on with this item. He has had the opportunity to let me know prior to this meeting taking place. I think we should probably go to the staff as well, just to check on how this would affect the exchange if we were to defer the item.
No problems at all. I'm going to, Councillor Simpson, are you still okay to move this particular item?
Well, I am, Mr. Chair, but I do notice it's in GI. Does Councillor Bartley wish to do it?
Yeah, I was going to get both of you because it sort of borders both, and that's what I was going to ask Councillor Bartley if she also would want to second this particular item, noting that she wishes to leave at 11 o'clock or has to go. So, Councillor Bartley?
I'm quite happy to second it, thank you. I'm just noting that that I am the council observer or liaison on Tamaki regeneration, so I don't want that to be brought up as a potential perceived conflict of interest.
Okay then.
And that's wanting to speak because he has brought it up before in the local board meeting when this item was raised.
Okay.
I'm happy to second it, Alf. Tony Kake.
Yeah, look, I was just saying that way at least we could keep you out of this, Councillor Bartley, if that's okay with you.
Yep, that's okay with me.
Okay, can't wait. So, independent member of the statutory board, Matua Kake was second, and I'm just going to invite the officers now to speak to the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alan Christensen here, the Manager of Land Advisory Services. Yeah, it was a little bit of a surprise to see that email 3 minutes before the meeting started. However, in addressing Mr. O'Meara's concerns, the 4 pieces of information he provided us, 3 of which have no relevance to this item. One is tangentially relevant, and that is the what he calls the rationale behind some areas losing reserve land and some areas gaining reserve land. So really what he's trying to address or relitigate is the open space plan for Tamaki, which has been approved. The reason that it might appear that Panmure might result in less reserve land is that the actual level of intensification and population density in Point England, Waiotaiki and Glen Innes is going to be higher, so therefore the reserve and open space needs are higher, and that's why in this area these exchanges are taking place. So in our view, there's no reason for the objectors' concerns to in any way affect this exchange. Do you have any comments, Tamara? I don't think Tamara's with us, unfortunately.
No, I'm sorry. Yes, my apologies. I realized that my microphone was muted. No, Alan, I completely support what you had said.
So, Alan, my first part, and I think it'll be the only one at this stage before I open it up, is from a legal perspective. Obviously, we got advice in regards to how we move when we had Mr. O'Meara wanting to be heard. Do you know then what happens in regards to the hearings process now that he's offered, albeit 2 minutes before the meeting, that he still wishes to be heard? I've tried ringing Meredith to get some legal advice in regards to this particular issue.
The law requires the administering body to give any objector reasonable opportunity to be heard, and I believe we've done that, not only through the notification process but through our individual negotiations with them and fulsome responses which are in the attachments to this item. And also the opportunity to attend today. So I think we have given a reasonable opportunity, and it's clear that he has some concerns about open space, but they don't relate to this matter. So under the Reserves Act, this exchange could occur, and every other exchange also has to go through the same process, even though they are approved in the Tamaki Regeneration Project. So he will have the opportunity to make his concerns known for any of the future exchanges as well. In this case, I think we should proceed.
So, Ellen, I agree in regards to the opportunities that we have given to Mr. O'Meara. So while I opened it up to Pātai and any comment, can you reword A? Because I think it's important that we need to at least put in the recommendations that you received the email about 2-3 minutes before the meeting, and Mr. O'Meara wanted to still continue with it. So can you have a look at that with Tamara? And I'm going to open it up for any Pātai first. Seems to be none. Any comment, whakaaro? Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora matua. This might be kind of a strange question, but I've just got a bit of a thought maybe going into the future in terms of mandate for a group. So under A here it says sort of Mr. Patrick O'Meara from the Panmure Historical Society. I'm wondering whether we sort of name people, if they have a mandate from their group, then their submission reflects their entire group. It's just like a tiny kind of weird question, but just something I'm wondering about, matua.
Yeah, ka pai. I think that's why we ask our pātai and any whakaaro is Alan to work on something. So then at least we're clear as to what we've done. I can put on the table that Maya had contacted him several times over the last week. And so look, I'll just leave that with you, but good suggestion, and I'll move to Matua Kake.
Thanks.
Kia ora e te hia mana, kia ora tātou katoa. So we were told that there were 4 kind of components to his objections, or to his components that he wanted to talk about, but unfortunately he's not here. Were the other 3, because you highlighted one of them, were the other 3 any cultural significant components? That's my question.
Through the chair. No, I don't think there were any significant cultural components. I think Mr. O'Meara was aware of the fact that Ruapatoka Marae are intending to expand at some point. He linked the exchange somehow to the Marai's plans, but it's a separate issue.
And that's what Pōtaka to advocate on, Nate, as opposed to Patrick.
Yeah, and he also suggested that, he was asking questions about the cost of the Marae expansion and the local board's proposed community facility in the local board plan. They just don't have any relevance to this administrative land swap.
All right, thank you, Alan. I appreciate that response. So I'm clear as to which way I'll be going, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, kapai. Alan, in regards to A, because I wanted to be clear, because we are in public, I wanted to be clear that everything has been done to accommodate Mr. O'Meara, and I'm looking at putting these recommendations to approve, but I wanted to get your advice around once it has been through legal section, because I just don't want it to come back. I want it to be done. If legal comes back and say, yes, the process you've followed is done, it's clear, no problems, I then am glad that as a result of that the whole process goes forward.
Okay.
While you're thinking about that, Alan, I've got a comment from Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I do note that this will have another run at finance and performance, and that may assist or not with the person wishing to speak. But I wanted to speak in support of the exchange, and just concentrate on the actual item that we're supposed to be supporting. Although there is a loss, a small loss, of 2,779 square metres, there is a gain of 10,472 square metres. So we actually we've got a gain of just under 8,000 square metres of open space. So that's good, isn't it? Not only that, but we improve access to the way both Maybury and Taniwha Reserve operate. And it would then better meet the needs of both the existing, but but also the future people who live in the area. I think another important point is to be noted about crime prevention. It's improving crime prevention by increasing road frontage, sightlines and visibility into the parks from the surrounding roads. We're here to make sure our public is safe, and this actually assists with that. It also enables the future development of a shared pathway connection between Maybury and Taniwha Reserves to GI Town Centre, and we want walking. We want that possible walking and cycling movements to our town centres to be possible, and this does enable any future development of that to occur. It also enables the development of a destination playground, and I think that's great for our children as well. So I am happy to support the recommendations, and I will take the staff advice over the fact that we are able to proceed legally and cover this item. So based on the advice that we've had from staff, with the submitter only advising us 3 minutes before the meeting and having multiple contacts from staff to them prior to this meeting with no response, I'm happy to move the recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Simpson. So we really want to, at least want to put this particular one so it does get approved, and that legal section come back to us and say, look, we followed all due process, and as a result, there's no need to be heard again, and the approval will go through. That's one issue I'm trying to sort of fix with the hearings. That's why we're in this position now. The second part is, yes, it could be extended to finance and performance, but if legal section come back and say, no, you followed all due process, there's nothing that he can do to get back to the hearing, the land exchange is approved from us. So yeah, look, I'm just waiting to see what Alan. I've spoken to Maya while you were commenting, Councillor Simpson, to see if we just put the recommendation up there that once we hear back from legal and we have followed the process, the approval of the land exchange goes through. If it's not, I think we can come back to finance and performance, if that's okay with you and the Deputy Chair.
All good.
So Alan is just trying to get this so we can put this to bed and move on with the agendas for today. So Alan, it's just trying to get A moved or a recommendation included that our legal counsel, if they are, if report comes back that they are, that we have followed due process, is that the approval can go through. So I don't know whether you can have anything there, Alan.
Would you like a suggestion to reword A?
Any suggestion? It's just that I want to make sure that our legal section know the lengths we've gone to allow Mr. O'Meara to appear over the last week and a half, and that we've followed due process in regards to the legality of that, and that we can, once they come back with information saying, yes, you have followed due process, the land exchange is approved, there's no need to bring it back to any other committee of the whole. That's where I want to end up.
My suggestion for the wording would be to retain the wording as it is, with a comma at the end of committee, and state that Council afforded Mr. O'Meara reasonable opportunity to appear in front of a committee, and that the committee considered his concerns and considered that they were not sufficient to withdraw the item or withhold the exchange.
Okay, I'm happy with that, because you gave us a brief in regards to what he said, but legal, like I said, I tried ringing Meredith while you were speaking. I still want the legal section to come back and ensure that we have followed due process and this can be done. So look, I'm okay with the opportunity to speak to the committee and the committee considers his concerns. Yep, kapai. Look, that's up to the now Councillor Simpson and Matua Kake. If you're okay with that, I obviously will have a conversation with our legal counsel Meredith, and then at least we can put this to bed and move on with the agenda, but his concerns have been heard. So Councillor Simpson and Matua Kake, are you happy with that?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can you just, my computer says some sharing features are unable to, due to server connectivity issues, and I can't see the screen. So could you just read me the new A, please?
Okay, it's got acknowledge that Mr. Patrick O'Meara from Pamu Historical Society Incorporated submitted an objection and wishes to be heard in front of this committee, comma, Auckland Council afforded, or even full stop, Auckland Council afforded Mr. O'Meara the opportunity to speak to the committee and the committee considered his concerns. The committee to speak, I just want to put in the fact that he
in his absence,
that he didn't show up.
Committee considered his concerns in his absence, and there is no full stop in a resolution, so it needs to be a comma.
Okay, cool, comma then. Thank you. That was a good English lesson for me.
Sorry, Chair.
Thank you for that. So are you happy with that addition you've just put in there, Councillor Simpson, as the mover?
I am, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Matua Kake is second, are you okay?
Kia ora, taitoko.
Okay, kapai, I'm going to, there's no further comments and there's none. I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against? Carried. And also there was a notation there that Councillor Bartley and the perceived conflict of interest, or the conflict of interest, was a note there. So to Tamara and to you, Alan, thank you so much. So we'll move on to item 10. Item 10. Sorry, was there? Okay, so item 10, it's been moved by Councillor Dalton and seconded by Councillor Newman. It's a dedication of Road Reserve 173R Browns Road, Manurewa. So it's been moved and seconded. I'm just going to invite our staff to just speak to the item and then open up for partai. This will be the last item before we acknowledge our Mr. Stay. So just want to move to the officers and then I'll invite partai and whakaaro. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, this is Christine Smith. This is an operational matter. Under the Reserves Act, it's permitted to dedicate parts of a road reserve that's subject to the Reserves Act as road by a resolution of the council without going through any other Reserves Act processes. So that's what we're recommending for this strip of land at Browns Road, Manurewa, please.
Kapai, thank you, Christine. Any partai, if not whakaaro, from Councillor Dalton and Newman?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, I just can't. Oh, sorry, Matua, your volume's a little bit hard to hear for me, Matua. Matua Wilcox.
Hello? What the?
Yeah, much better, that one, Matua.
Okay. Sorry, Chair. Just a query. Would this road have a new name, and would that be passed across to Waiohua to name?
It's just a strip that's like 5 metres wide, where Auckland Transport physically widened the road. So it isn't a new road, it's just a strip that's been added to the existing road.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dalton or Newman?
Oh, thanks, Chair. Yes, look, I support this. It has the support of the local board as well, so I have no questions or comments on it. Thanks, Alf.
Kapai.
Well, thank you, Chair. It's happy for this to proceed. It's better for the efficacy of the road network in the area. So I'm happy for this to be passed.
Kapai, thank you. If there's no further whakaaro on this particular item, I'm going to... Oh, yes, there is Matua Kake.
Thank you, and kia ora, Councillor Dalton and Newman. Look, it sets an awesome precedent, because I remember the precedent or the inquiry you made, Councillor Dalton, when we had that accident outside our reserve about widening the roads about 2 years ago. So it sets an awesome precedent for that kind of widening of a road on a reserve to happen. So thank you for passing that. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kapai, I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. It is now 6 minutes. I'm going to start this particular item, and as I said at the beginning, about a minute or so before 11 o'clock, we will stop no matter where we are. And this is item 11. It's a good news story. It's been moved by Kathy and seconded by myself around these grants. So I'm going to invite our officers to introduce this particular item. And just to give us a heads up, at 10:39 we will stop, and then I'll invite His Worship the Mayor to say a few words, and then we'll observe our Mr. Stay. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou, it's Catherine George here, Regional Funding Advisor, and I'm presenting this item with Dickie Humphreys, who is the Head of Community Impact in our Connected Communities team. The Regional Community Development grant fund has one funding round a year. It's one of the smaller of the regional funds. And this year it was closed, the application's closed in September, and we have had feedback from lots of people in the community that it was a difficult time. We did extend the grant time, but yeah, COVID has put all these things, into a lot of disarray. So it's a fund of $295,000. Of that, $30,000 is committed in a 3-year strategic relationship grant to belong Aotearoa. We received 18 applications and have provided 8 recommendations for funding. The applications are all assessed by an assessment panel that includes internal staff and external assessors. This time round we had funding staff from Department of Internal Affairs and Foundation North, which was really great to have their expertise. A lot of them work with these organisations, and it's building some great relationships there. Because there were less applications received than usual, there is a balance of funds left over of $63,688. This isn't sufficient to run a second funding round this year. If it had have been over 100,000, then perhaps that would have been. So we have a recommendation here for you that alongside approving the grants, that the committee approve the balance of funds be repurposed for rapid response COVID-19 recovery grants. Our community impact team is setting up a COVID-19 task force to work on community recovery solutions, and so we've recommended, because that aligns really well with the aims of this particular fund, that is what the remains of the budget be allocated towards. Yeah, happy to take any questions or stop for 11 o'clock.
Yeah, so kia ora, Catherine. What I'm going to suggest here is that we stop now and just invite His Worship the Mayor. We will come back to item 11, but invite His Worship the Mayor to say a few words, and then we can observe Armistice Day. Kia ora, thank you. Your Worship.
Kia ora, Alf. Thank you very much. Inga mana, inga reo, ero rangatirama, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. At this time, on this day, 103 years ago, the guns on the Western Front in Europe finally fell silent after a bitter war of more than 4 years in which 16 million people or more died. And among those casualties, it was New Zealand that probably suffered one of the world's highest per head of population losses of any nation. We were a country of just 1 million people. We sent 100,000 people, 10% of our population, abroad to fight in the war. 60,000 of those were wounded. 18,000 died. And there must have been scarcely a person that was not suffering from the trauma of the horrific experiences of gas, of machine gun fire, of bombardments in the trench warfare on the Western Front and in other places such as Gallipoli. So today, albeit all that time ago, we remembered those that made the sacrifice on behalf of future generations so that they might have better lives. We remember the courage of those who went over the top on the trenches knowing almost certainly they would be killed, but they would rather die than let their mates and their country down. We remember members of our own family, a grandfather in my case that was gassed on the Somme but survived but died young, 2 great uncles who never came home. But most particularly, I think we use an occasion like this to commit ourselves to creating a more peaceful and a just world without war, lest we forget. We are now almost at the hour of 11 o'clock, Mr. Chairman. We'd normally be at the War Memorial Museum and commemorating it there, but because of COVID, we will do it in our own way today. And I suggest we now pause for a minute's silence to remember those who lost their lives. Remember those who sacrificed on our behalf. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora matua. Just want to acknowledge, obviously, your family sacrifice, but all families who are either listening or on this online meeting, just to say thank you so much for your family service for and to Aotearoa, but for everybody. So ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Thank you, Your Worship.
Kia ora.
So look, peeps, we'll get back into it again. I'm opening it up for pātai, and then for any whakaaro. So pātai first, and I'll be looking at the sidebar, 3-second rule. Three-second pātai gone. Any whakaaro? That's gone. Catherine, to you and your team, thank you so much. Good news story for Tamaki Makoto and also for you and the team. So ngā mihi ki a koe, Catherine. It's been moved and seconded. Kia ora, Catherine. It's been moved and seconded, so I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Against? Carried. Just want to welcome Councillor Cooper. She came on earlier this morning. So kia ora, Councillor Cooper. We'll now move to item 11, all the legs, regional, we've done that one, I think. Yes, all the legs is done. So we go to number 12, and that is Community Facilities Network Plan Action, the progress report. So, Tracy?
Kia ora.
Tracy? It's been moved and seconded, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Casey. So just invite you, Tracy, to give your report. Kia ora.
Atamarie, tēnā koutou katoa, acknowledging the Chair. Thank you, Chair Filipaina, councillors and the IMSB representative. I've got a presentation here. If you'll just hold a moment while I share my screen with you. Oh, does not seem to be wanting to do this. I'm sorry.
Tracy, has Maya got a copy of it?
Maya does have a copy. It's just does not seem to be.
That's all right. I just wanted to sort of let everybody know that.
Wanting to.
Yeah. Tracy.
It's all right, Tracy. I've shared it for you. Just let me know when
thank you. Kia ora. Thank you, Maya. I am not sure. I tested it this morning. I'm not sure what happened. So I'm just going to move that over here. So if we can just stay on this slide for a moment. This is a progress update for the Community Facilities Network Plan Action Plan. It's a process report and the recommendation is for the committee to receive the report. For context, we have the Community Facilities Network Plan, which was adopted in 2015, and that sets the direction for provision of and investment in community facilities. The Network Plan has a companion action plan that outlines the projects that will be delivered to give effect to the Network Plan. The action plan gets updated every 3 years and approved by the appropriate governing body committee. The current action plan was approved by this committee in 2019. Progress on the action plan is reported annually, which is the purpose of this report. The key messages of the report are: we're making good progress on delivering projects in the action plan, and this shows we're focused on priorities and a mandated program of work in a constrained environment. I also want to note that in the report, the report notes there are 5 projects in the action plan that are on hold, and this is to align with funding or because of resource constraints. The report also notes the next action plan review is due in 2022. The slides in the presentation underscore the report's key messages and provide an extra layer of detail. Chair Filipina, there's a full agenda, so I propose we move through the presentation reasonably quickly and save questions to the end.
Yep, it's all in your hands, Tracy, or yours.
Kia ora. Before I start, I want to note there are a handful of graphs on the slides. These are intended to help show you the different lenses we use to look at the progress we're making and to ask ourselves whether we're focused in the right areas. Next slide, please. The community facility network is variable in distribution and quality, and that's largely due to historical development patterns and investment approaches. Challenges of maintaining service levels across the existing network within existing funding envelopes while controlling costs, maximising value and balancing the demands of growth and changing customer behaviour require a strategic approach to investment. Next slide, please. As mentioned in my introduction, the 2015 Network Plan provides a blueprint for investment in community facilities. Projects in the Companion Action Plan are divided into 3 categories: business improvements, strategic improvements, and area-based actions. The action plan is implemented collaboratively. This is by the Community and Social Policy and Regional Service Planning, Investment and Partnerships teams. Individual actions are delivered with participation from other departments and where relevant with Eki Panuku Development Auckland. Next slide, please. So we have completed or are working on 80% of business improvements, 86% of strategic improvements, and 69% of area-based actions. The most significant shift since progress on the action plan was reported to this committee in 2020 is that completed area-based actions have increased from around 41% to 55%. Next slide, please. The graph that you're looking at here shows the status of work on the business and strategic improvements, which enhance information about community facilities and ensure processes support implementation of the network plan. Next slide, please. The graph on the left shows the status of work on area-based or service and location actions. Some work, as I mentioned, has slowed to align with funding, and this is because of the emergency and then recovery budgets, or because of resource constraints, again for the same reason. These, in paragraphs 46 and 47 of the report, there's more detail about those on hold projects. The graph on the right demonstrates that priority area-based actions are the focus of our resources. Next slide, please. The primary focus of area-based investigations is to understand the service needs of communities. The investigation process considers options to respond to identified needs and nature of investment required, and to establish robust evidence to support advice. Next slide, please. This slide shows we're making progress on actions across all local boards. Next slide, please. Our work cuts across all service types and helps us understand service investment requirements across the city's network of community facilities. Next slide, please. Recognising Council's commitment to ensuring existing assets are fit for service. This graph shows this is the highest category for area-based actions. Growth and potential gaps in the network are the second highest categories. Next slide, please. So as you can see in this slide, needs assessments are the largest group of actions in the action plan. Investigations don't always result in the need for business cases. They can recommend ways to deliver services without the need for significant investment. For example, brokering the use of vacant space rather than adding an asset to the network. Next slide, please. The development of options in our investigation centres around customer impact and value for money and involves looking to provide the best response to identified needs, to reduce reliance on capital investment, as well as ways to integrate services, and examples of this are in paragraphs 51 to 54 of the report. Next slide, please. A highlight since the last progress report in 2020 is Te Pātaka Kōrero o Takanini Community Hub. This officially opened on 27th of March this year and provides a home away from home for a growing and diverse community. The hub includes library and community services and it is in a leased building within the Takanini Village Shopping Centre. Next slide, please. The community was involved in designing the service offering, which is based on an aspiration for a place underpinned by tikanga Māori, where people feel a sense of belonging and of being valued. The built environment is the result of collaboration between whānau Māori and architects, while Te Ao Māori underpins all the human elements of the service, which is bilingual. The service includes a community kitchen, free tea and coffee, there are no security gates, there are games, things like table tennis. There's a slide inside the building. There are movable furniture and walls, and a range of flexible spaces provide opportunities to cater for different uses and groups and changing community needs. There are also storage and lockers for the community to use, and a lot more. And next slide, please. That's the end of the presentation.
Ka pai, Tracy. Thank you so much for that with the update. So I'm going to open up for pātai, any pātai. At the moment, I don't see any. Obviously, a thorough presentation, Tracy. I know. Matua Wilcox.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just querying the Māori impact statement, and I'm trying to understand the impact for Māori vis-a-vis the CFNP and how how there are Māori outcomes within it. Because I'm just trying to kind of get that corridor linked up for myself. Can you kind of explain to me where the Māori outcomes are within this impact statement?
So, kia ora mātua, thank you for your question. Through the Chair, the network plan itself outlines Māori outcomes. This report is about progress on the action plan. There's a section in the network plan that talks about very specifically about Māori outcomes. And Māori were engaged in the development of the network plan, and that is section 2.2 of the network plan itself, which is what sets the direction for for what the action plan is seeking to achieve. Now, if these individual projects, every single one of them, whether it's a needs assessment or a business case or a detailed business case or heading into a new build, involves engagement with Māori. I'm just trying to think of a way to provide you with some examples. So, for example, it happens at a project level. Within the action plan, every single line item is an individual project. So within each one of those projects, for example, interviews in hui will be held with mana whenua who engaged early in the project. Every project has its own sort of unique question that it's asking. And there's a process that built within each project around understanding community needs. There are often workshops and focus groups with local marae around community groups, and then mana whenua are always very heavily involved throughout the business case process, particularly the detailed business case process, to ensure that Māori outcomes are reflected through that individual project.
So Matua, did you want the network plan to be forwarded through to you from Tracy so you have a look at it?
No.
As she said, it's only a progress report based on the Community Facilities Network Plan.
I'm just wondering if Justine's online. I can't. Has Justine joined the meeting? I just wondered if she had anything that she would like to add to that.
I think you covered it, Tracy, because it is a progress report, and everything around Māori impact is in the network plan. Matua, is there any other pātai?
No. It was just trying to key up the outputs vis-a-vis the outcomes, and as you said, this is a work in progress. So I'll look forward to the outcomes for Māori that came about from these projects. Thank you, Chair.
Kapai.
Just to add through the chair, just one final thing to that. Matua, if you would like some more specific examples, I'm very happy for you to contact me directly and I can give you some more specific examples of a range of projects and how Māori have been engaged and what the outcomes are of the project itself.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll leave that to you too. Councillor Walker.
Hi, Tracy. Good presentation. Just got a question around the investment criteria or approach that underlies what we're doing. Just wonder what that is. Happy to discuss this with you perhaps offline afterwards. And the context around that just goes to identifying what the gaps are across Auckland and how we might fill them over time. And a related issue around that is just around development contributions, because they can be applied to community facilities if we've identified the facilities in the long-term plan, for example. So just invite your response on that, Tracy.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. I'm just wondering, is Justine online?
No, Justine's not online.
Justine's not online. She was going to be here to support this item. Look, that's a really big question, and yes, I think potentially it's something that it might be more productive to have a conversation outside of this meeting. But just to be, I'm just going through the report here. So and I'm just looking for a section in this report.
Sure, Tracy, it's Kataraina here.
Oh, Kataraina, kapai, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Would you like for the policy team to just have a separate session with you to walk you through both the network criteria for prioritisation and the funding criteria in the Community Facilities Network Plan? And then we can talk you through, how it's prioritised in the action plan and then the links to the DC policy that's just being done at the moment.
Sure, that'd be wonderful, Katerina. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All good.
Kia ora, thank you. And I'm happy to join in that meeting. So just very briefly, there are the network plan itself very specifically outlines the criteria for how actions are first of all triggered, how they're identified, and then how they're assessed, and that is contained in the body of the report. But I guess the larger question around network planning and gaps analysis, the actions are developed. There's a very robust process that goes into developing the actions, and that robust process does look at things like where are there gaps, where are there likely to be gaps, where is there growth, what condition are current assets in the network, what are the service requirements, and we do look we do look at what's planned in the investment cycle as well. So in order to work out when we might time and phase that work. But I think that potentially your question is quite a big question and relates to recent conversations that were had in F&P and the recovery budget and the direction for community services signalled in the SAMP, and that's why I'm thinking it's probably a better conversation to be had in more detail separately.
Yep, kapai. So I don't know if there's any further pātai. If not, I'm going to open it up for any whakaaro. 3-second rule gone. I'm going to put the recommendation. Tracy, thank you so much. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against? Carried. Kia ora, Tracy. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, everyone. Ka kite anō.
Ka kite anō. Item 13, unlucky for some. Sport and Rec. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dalton. And it's in regards to Sport and Rec Investment Fund. So I'll invite Nick, accompanied, I think, by Dave and Mace. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kapai.
And good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors and IMSB representatives. If you give me a moment, I'll just bring up my presentation.
Maya, have you got the presentation in the event that we have some issues as we did just the last item?
Okay, that's now shared. I'm hopeful that you'll be able to see that.
Yeah, got it now. Kia ora, Nick.
Kia ora, thank you. Yes, my name's Nick Harris. I'm from the Sport and Recreation team within Park Sport and Recreation. I'm here to talk about the Sport and Recreation Facilities Investment Fund 2021-2022. The purpose of the report and the presentation is to approve an allocation of $300,000 from the FY22 Sport and Recreation Facilities Investment Fund to a sports field upgrade program. Also to endorse the request that the Finance and Performance Committee approve an OPEX to CAPEX conversion of that $300,000 allocation. Then to authorise the General Manager of Community Facilities to oversee the allocation of the sports field upgrade program within the budget envelope. And finally, to note that the next funding round for the Sport and Recreation Facilities Investment Fund will open on the 15th of November 2021. Quick background on the Sport and Recreation Facilities Investment Fund. The fund was established to support development of facilities to create opportunities for Aucklanders to get active. The 10-year budget, 21 to 31, allocated $150 million over 10 years. It's a contestable grant aimed at non-council facility owners. However, it can be allocated towards council assets on a case-by-case basis, but this does require an OPEX to CAPEX conversion in order to properly account for consequential OPEX. So that's ongoing maintenance budgets. The fund is achieving impact for community sport. There have been 2 allocation rounds previously in FY19 and FY21, 5 and 9.9 million respectively. The funds supported a range of facility projects. An example of, a few examples are shown here on the slide. Just very quickly, that there's Three Kings United club rooms, Counties Manukau Taniwha BMX track rebuild, supporting the Matakana Coast Trail Trust project up in the Mahurangi area, rubberisation of netball courts in Papakura at Bruce Pullman Park, and then a rebuild of the Waitemata Table Tennis Association facility in Oratia. There's a range of other projects, both completed and still in progress. That's just a little sample of what is being achieved through the fund. In the last funding round, FY21, the Facilities Investment Fund allocated 5.7 million with an OPEX to CAPEX conversion to a council sports field upgrade program. 3 parks were identified as areas of highest need: Mangere Centre Park, Papatoetoe Recreation Grounds and Mountford Park in Manurewa. The opportunity has been identified through the program to add an additional park. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead of myself. I'll just back up. The original 5.7 million allocation was based on estimated project costs. Those have now been updated by our colleagues in community facilities. We have confirmed project costs for those 3 parks, and they indicate a budget overspend at Mangere Centre Park and then underspends in Papatoetoe and Mountford Park. The overspend at Mangere Centre Park can be covered and the project fully delivered if the underspend from Papatoetoe is redirected within the program towards Mangere Centre Park, and then the budget's topped up with a new allocation of 300,000 from FY22 Facility Investment Fund. This is recommended. And then the opportunity to expand the sports field upgrade program to include a 4th park, that is Manurewa War Memorial Park, has been identified. This could be achieved by reallocating the underspend from Mountford Park and combining that with a recent Manurewa Local Board LDI allocation of 500,000. So this is also recommended. The following 2 slides just lay out the financials in a little more detail. This shows, here you'll see the original budget costing, the forecast project costings in the central column, the confirmed costings next to them, and then under an overspend. You can see bottom right hand corner a total program budget surplus of 110,000. And then just digging into this in slightly more detail, the next column along to the right shows how the underspends can be reallocated, and a new allocation from FY22 towards this program can cover the costs at Mangere Centre Park and Manurewa War Memorial Park. In terms of next steps, should the recommendations be adopted, we'll ask Finance and Performance Committee to approve an OPEX to CAPEX conversion. That conversion will then be completed by our colleagues in Finance, and that will allow community facilities to begin work according to the program timeline. And then also, and finally from me, the FY23 funding round for the Sport and Recreation Facilities Investment Fund opens on the 15th of November. Final allocation decisions for that fund will be in September 2022. Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora. Now, look, I just want to acknowledge the work that you've done in regards to this particular item. So thank you so much for that, Nick. I think that last bullet point on your last page around next steps is key, and I know there's a memo that's been sent out around the fund. So look, that's something that our sporting community, but more importantly, Tamaki Makaurau, would obviously invest in. So Nick, again, thank you so much for this. I'll go to Pātai. I've got one, but I'll go to the sidebar first, and I've got Councillor Watson and then Councillor Walker. Before Councillor Watson, you asked your Pātai, I just wanted to say that Councillor Dalton is now the new mover, and I've seconded this particular report. So Councillor Watson, Walker, and then Newman. Kia ora.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a question, Nick, on the sports field upgrades. The four fields or four centres, I should say, that are benefiting from this fund at this point. But is there another budget that caters to that sort of upgrade elsewhere? Because I'm assuming that involves improvements to the turf and that kind of sand slitting and things like that. So, is this the only fund where this occurs now, or is that occurring in other places through other investment?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair, and I might just ask Mace to provide a slightly more detail and following my introductory answer, if that's okay. My understanding is that this is not the only budget for council sports field upgrades. There are standing sort of renewals and maintenance budgets and so on and so forth. Then there was also this, its name has evolved over the years, but most recently the Sports Infrastructure Development Program. However, I'll have to throw to Mace to expand on that. Thank you, Mace.
Kia ora, councillors. Nick's absolutely right that this other sports field development funding does come from our capital development funding for sports field upgrades to meet demand. Happy to catch up with you at some time, Councillor Watson, to take you through the various funding streams.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Mace. That would be useful because it. So it's good to see these sort of upgrades occurring at these grounds, some of which have been on the waiting list for quite some time. But it'll be useful to know how our program is going as a whole, and also if there has been any effects, good or bad, from the COVID interruptions in terms of programs and wear and tear on fields. But yeah, perhaps another time for that. Thank you.
Just in addition, through you, Mr. Chairman, just to remind councillors and members that we did put community facilities work program for this was presented 4 months ago in the work program. So if that helps, but thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Kia ora, Mace. You happy with that, Councillor Watson?
Yes, thanks, Alf.
Okay then, and just to let you know, the meetings I have with Mace and the team is always about getting or spreading the love across the region. So definitely, and thank you for the comments around the parks out south that need to get this done. So thank you. Councillor Walker, as you have put in the sidebar, if it's okay, you could take offline with Nick, but is there one in particular that you wish to ask to get an answer, or will you take all of them offline? Councillor Walker?
Not really now, Nick. I mean, my question really follows on from the one that John just asked, and that's around the various funds that are available and around the investment criteria and priorities. So I'm happy to take that offline with Mace and Nick. That'd be great.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Newman.
Oh, it wasn't a question, Chair. I just wanted to thank Nick and Mace and also yourself as Chair of PACE for shepherding this particular work stream and bringing it to this committee, and also to acknowledge colleagues for their indulgence and support for this, anticipation of their support, but to recognise the the decision from the Manurewa Local Board to allocate funding an LDI budget for Memorial Park, because that's really it is a significant gap in the network in terms of the need for improvement, but to be able to push that particular project forward relies on this funding. So thank you very much, Chair, because you've been a strong advocate for this type of investment across the region, but in particular acknowledging the deficit that exists in the south of the region. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. And you were going to be the first comment because there was no more apartheid. So can I just sort of add my little sixpence? Councillor Dalton will close our debate if there's no more whakaaro, but I just wanted to echo your same sentiments around, especially with our staff around this, but also local boards that have put in to it. And I'm glad to see the War Memorial Park getting now into this particular mix. And just one more comment around Māngere Centre Park. I know that they have been in negotiations, along with our staff, been in negotiations with the Women's FIFA World Cup around a training park for the World Cup. So, Mace, look, I don't know if there's any further whakaaro before I go to Councillor Dalton, who will close the debate. I'll just apply the 3-second rule.
Nothing further.
No, there's nothing on the sidebar. Mace, just on behalf of the team, thank you so much to you, but in particular Nick, for the mahi that he's doing. So, Councillor Dalton, I invite you to close the debate, and I will put the recommendation. Kia ora.
Thank you, Chair, and it's going to be echoing the comments that you and Councillor Newman have made, and that is to the officers. And what I would say about the investment that's coming out to the south is, the other councillors are correct, it is work that's been waiting to be done since the Legacy Council days. In particular, the work that officers have done to be able to get an investment into War Memorial. I was invited to the workshop that the local board had on this particular item. This is a perfect example where good quality of advice was given by officers to the local board as to how they could leverage their LDI and how they could deliver an outcome that, in this case, is delivering on a part of a project that, as you might all remember, was their OLI. And we're a long way away from those $17 million, but appreciate that is now in the past, but this is helping. It really is helping. And that at Mountford Park, Manurewa Rugby will be grateful to finally have their number 5 and 6 fields available for more use. So it's a big thank you to our council officers and the advice that they have been able to give to boards and to be able to get this through, and support of you, Chair, and for all councillors. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Kia ora, Angela, and I know that you and Daniel and obviously all of us are good advocates in regards to what's good for our community. So look, thank you so much for your words and everybody else's. The recommendation is there. I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. So again to you, Nick and team, thank you. We're moving to item 14. This is another good news story as te pūrongo a te kaunihera tāmaki makaurau ngā huanga Māori 2020 to 21, and that's the Auckland Council Group Māori Outcomes Report. Councillor Dalton will move as the portfolio holder. I will second, and it's on the table. I want to acknowledge Hedewini Te Koha, Tumuake Hurangi Māori, Huanga Māori, Luann Ballantyne, Head of Māori Strategic outcomes, tēnā korua, and just invite both of you to speak to the item. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe e te he mana, Councillor Filipaina, and your colleagues of the PACE Committee. Tēnā koutou. Yes, this is an information item in which we are recommending that the committee receive the third such report, annual report from the Auckland Council Group on Māori outcomes, te pūrongo a te kaunihira o Tāmaki Makaurau for the year in review 2020-2021. I'd like to acknowledge Luann, who's driving our PowerPoint couple of slides to anchor our presentation. She led and presided over the final preparation of the report, building on the work set in train by Luann and my immediate predecessors, Simone Anderson and Tania Winslade, who have since moved on from Auckland Council and Ngā Mātarai. I'd like to speak briefly to the key highlights in the report for the period 2020 to 2021 as part of asking the committee to formally receive it. In doing so, I also would like to thank the chair, Councillor Filipaina, and members for allowing this item to come forward as an information item on your already busy agenda. But we are appreciative that this is an opportunity to bring this important committee and wider councillors along in the journey around the effort led across all parts of Auckland Council Group to improve performance initiatives and ultimately results and outcomes for Tāmaki Makaurau Māori communities and the wider Māori public. So if I move to the second of our two slides, the key highlights for the period in review, and really it all started with PACE Committee's consideration and formal sign-off of the Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau, the 10 key mana outcomes, as the framework refers to anchor and focus initiatives and effort in pursuit of improved Māori outcomes across Tāmaki Makaurau. Alongside that, and in an extraordinary period that the city and the country is still moving through, we were able, through the Māori Outcomes Fund, to enable and support Manaaki COVID community response initiatives as part of the period in review and ongoing. We saw support for Toi Tu Toi Ora exhibition at the Auckland Art Gallery, which we understand had the second highest visitations of exhibitions hosted to date at the gallery. And as an overarching indicator of progress, we saw for a pleasing result, if we can call it that, in terms of activity, releasing over $17 million in funding expressly to drive and support initiatives for Māori outcomes allocated within the year in review. The final point, Mr. Chair, to make is in terms of work going forward. The ongoing work program aligned to Māori outcomes will be a 6-monthly report to PACE Committee in consultation with Councillor Angela Dalton, who provides us with further oversight and support around the Māori outcomes portfolio across Council Group. And then ultimately with the current financial year we're in, the work we've been doing to report on these activities and driving towards results, we are taking action to bring this work within the scope of Council's annual external audit, so that the achievements will be substantiable, will meet that threshold in accordance with audit standards, and aspects of this program of work can be shared and reflected in the Council's externally audited annual accounts going forward. kia ora to the Chair, kia ora to the committee, and if there are any questions on this information item, Luann and I will endeavour to respond.
Tēnā koe Hedewini, ngā mihi ki a koe, and I'm just going to invite Luann. Luann, is there any closing remarks before I open up to Pātai?
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. My just closing remarks is again to acknowledge the work of Te Waka Angamua and our predecessors within Ngā Matarai, the staff and the management, and also our elected members to support this, and our senior management at Council. This is a journey and we've still got a long way to go, but the progress that can be seen in this report just reminds us about how far we've come as Council. So kia ora.
Ka pai, and I just want to acknowledge Matua Hedewini's comments around your leadership prior to Matua Hedewini taking up the position that he currently has. So ngā mihi ki a koe. Pātai, Matua Wilcox.
Glenn is good enough.
Ka pai. Matua is also good.
E mihi ana ki a kōru e kawe mai ana i te kaupapa nei. I suppose, look, I just want to understand the kaupapa of the reo, and I don't want to split hairs because e pai ana te kōrero, but I do want to understand that the 2016 reo plan comes from a requirement under the 2016 Maori Language Act, and hence is not is a Maori outcome, but it's actually a national outcome. And I just want your comments on that, because Waikereputu and the Minwai 11 already set the standard of what the language is, and the national and our central government have legalised that process. And so I want to understand in this report why we're only portraying the reo as a Māori outcome for Auckland. Thank you.
Tēnā koe e te rangatira e Glenn. If I may, through the Chair, tika tāhau me o kōrero katoa. Definitely accept and happy to work with the wider drivers for taonga Māori, including te reo, as having antecedents and drivers that extend beyond the Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau framework and the long-term plan. The pleasing aspect, though, is that those more holistic dimensions to Tāmaki Makaurau well-being we've endeavoured to see them captured and reflected in Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau, but certainly accept that there are ongoing duties pre-Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau and post the lifespan of Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau e pāniki tō tātou reo me era atu anō o ngā taonga tuku iho mai o roto i roto i te koro wai o te tiriti o Waitangi. Tēnā koe.
Thank you, Chair.
Ka pai. Again, Pātai, 3-second rule. Ka pai, I'll go to whakaro and I'll save Councillor Dalton last to close the item. Matua Tony.
Nei rā te karamihi atu kia koutou, kia koe te rangatira Hedewini, tēnā koe for the second time today. But ka mihi atu kia koe. I think one of the biggest outcomes that we've achieved is seeing a Māori at the SLT, at the ELT level. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, because that's where we can make the difference internally, as well as politically outside, but internally, to acknowledge your tūranga, your role within the senior leadership, or I think you call it ELT at Council. So ngā mihi atu kia koe e hoa. That's all of my comment, Councillor.
Yeah, ka pai Matua. There seems to be no more with any whakaro, except myself, and then I hand it
I put my name up, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry. There you are, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I had to scroll it down sometimes. Oh, kia ora. So, I just want to express the gratitude of Wani Waititi Marae in Glen Eden for part of this fund, the Māori Outcomes funding, they were able to do some refurbishment around their marae, and they have been struggling to do that themselves for a long time. And so for my West Auckland community, it's a Mata Waka marae. However, it is basically the hub of Māori culture and activity, because that's the biggest one. And so, and I do acknowledge there's a Ngāpui marae in Massey, but yeah, so for us it's really exciting. They are speaking to the chair there, Enon Delamere, a couple of days ago. They just are so pleased to get the work done, and they couldn't get the work done if council didn't have a commitment to really good Māori outcomes. So thank you, Chair, and thank you to Ngā Matarai staff for working with our communities. Kia ora.
Yeah, ka pai, Councillor Cooper. Just my whakaaro is to acknowledge the Māori Outcomes Steering Group. Look, I just want to acknowledge them and all our staff that look after our Māori outcomes. So I'm going to hand it over now to Councillor Dalton to close the debate. Kia ora.
Kia ora, kia ora anō again, Chair and committee members. And I'd also like to acknowledge the appointment of Hiruini. We've had a couple of Skypes already and they've been really positive and productive. I'm really excited about more progress that we can make. And I just also want to acknowledge Jim Stabbock by ensuring that this was a director role. That is what makes the difference in this kaupapa. Also, my acknowledgements, I really must acknowledge three wahine toa who have kept the waka steady and moving forward with their leadership in Ngā Matarai, and that is Tanya Winslade, Simone Anderson and Luann Ballantyne. There's been a lot of mahi going down there in the unit, and the fact that Kia ora Tamaki Makaurau was developed and reached the stage of getting approval and has now been implemented across the council family is an achievement. And when you read the report, what I like about the report is that it not only tells us about the successes, but it talks about the challenges and the lessons learnt. And that is valuable, and that is going to help give us direction on the way forward. I commend the report to all of you to read. So I too would like to acknowledge the valuable outcomes of the Manaaki Fund, the money that has gone out to marae, to organisations to help with the COVID response and recovery and the resilience. So, Chair, I think if there's one thing that we can also take away from this report is the number of Māori that we have employed as a council. And as we look at the way that we're moving forward, in some ways under the direction of government and in a lot of ways ourselves, and that is towards true partnership, we need to increase the number of Māori we have employed. We have 8.5% across our council family, and if we're going to be following accurate, good advice, then we need to be able to look to how we can get more Māori employed within our own organisations and across the family. But congratulations Ngā Matarai, Luann, all of the team that have done a great job of producing this report from the excellent work that you have done. Ngā mihi nui.
Ngā mihi ki a koe, Councillor Dalton. So it's been moved and seconded. I'll put the motion recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Against? Carried. Kia ora, tēnā kōrua, Hiruini lawa ko Luann. Item 15, just to give you a time check to the committee, just to let you know, it'll be about 12:30, 1:45 that I'll be breaking for lunch, and then we'll finish our work and finish hopefully about 5. So we'll go to item 15, Te Kete Rukuruku. That's a site selection, Māori naming of regional parks. We've got Dawn and Justine. Dawn will be speaking to the item, our staff, and I will move and Kathy will second. And I will put on the table just to let everybody know that there are some changes. They are in red, as you can see. Before I ask Dawn to talk to the item. These changes happened late last night. I was in communication with Dawn around the changes here, and she will speak to it further. But what we've done is we have removed Duda Regional Park in regards to invite mana whenua to write a Māori name, and also added in C, support further discussions with the Scandret and Duda families and mana whenua with a view to including Scandret Regional Park and the Duda Regional Park for dual naming in a subsequent tranche. So look, we've got that, and I'm going to ask now, Dawn, if you could speak to the item. Thank you so much. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Chair Filipaina, and kia ora koutou katoa. Ko Dawn Bardsley tuku ingoa. I'm the naming lead for Te Kiri Rukuruku and the author of the report. I'm joined here today by my colleagues Anahira Higgins, Justine Havs and Scott De Silva, who are also available to answer questions in their particular areas of expertise should they come up. I have prepared a short presentation that I can run through with you today, so I'll share my screen with you now. Hopefully that will work beautifully.
Still waiting, Dawn.
Yep, I'm just
okay.
Finding it right. There we go. This should okay. There we go. Hopefully you can all see that now.
Hi.
Great. Right, so yeah, if I run through the presentation with you now, and then I would be happy to answer some questions about anything at the end of that, if that works for everybody.
Yeah, it does.
Great. So just starting off with a bit of context for you, for those that aren't aware, Te Kiri Rukuruku is a Māori naming program. We're aimed to facilitate the return of Te Reo Māori to the whenua through the adoption of both contemporary and ancestral Māori names. The program was endorsed back in 2018 originally by what was called then the Environment and Community Committee, and a workshop has been recently held to try and progress that. It was obviously quite some time ago, not much has happened, so we had a workshop in August this year just to progress that intent and discuss some specific parks for going forward for naming. So at that workshop we talked about 8 sites that are listed there: Ambury, Duda, Glenfern, Long Bay, Omana, Scandret, Shakespeare and Wenderholme regional parks. Let me just flip over here. So the key points that we have covered in the report is there's quite a bit of detail on the multiple plans and policies that we are working under and the outcomes that we are delivering on. We have clarified the preference from the PACE committee at the workshop for dual naming to occur rather than sole naming, and that has also feedback has come through quite clearly from the stakeholders that we've contacted over the last 2 months. We've also talked about the intent to adopt the dual Māori names, which can be socialised through the upcoming Regional Parks draft management plan process to ensure good visibility of that, and that everyone's aware of the intent of the committee and the continuation of this policy. The names, when submitted by iwi, are not open to public debate or consultation, and we've also been advised that there is a legal obligation for council to retain the name Scandret Regional Park, and we'll talk a bit more about that later in a following slide. So just to summarise the feedback that we have received since the workshop in August, The Regional Parks team led the consultation, and they contacted their stakeholder groups. There were 15 external groups that were contacted altogether, and that included the families connected with the park, so the Duda family and the Scandrett family. Information was supplied to all 21 local boards, and no objections. When we were at the time of writing the report, we had received no objections to dual naming. We do have a bit of an update on that now, and I'll talk about that on the next slide. There were, however, some requests for the English name to precede the Maori name from the Scandrett family, from the Duda family, and from the Torbay Historical Society. This is not in alignment with council policy. Council policy is quite clear. The convention is that the Maori comes before the English. So just to give you a bit of an update since of the last few days, we have had further discussions and communications with both the Duda and the Scandrett families. The initial support of dual naming by the Scandrett family does not seem to be consistently supported throughout the entire family. There are some members that feel the Scandrett name should remain as a sole English name on that site. So we will be talking to the Scandrett family further about that, and obviously we've already identified time was required to have those discussions in the report initially. And the Duda family also has a strong preference for the English to come before the Maori name. Again, this is not consistent with council policy and not something that we are wanting to support, but we would like a bit more time to talk to the Duda family about this, to discuss the impacts, get them a better understanding of what we're doing, what we're trying to achieve. Change can sometimes be a bit difficult, particularly when you may not be fully understanding of the benefits of what potentially we're trying to achieve. So some extra time would be great, and we'd be really comfortable with talking with the Duda family more about that. They have also raised the possibility that there is a potential legal obligation between council and the family for the retention of the name Duda Regional Park. We currently have no evidence of that. In fact, the evidence that we have is quite the contrary of that. Unfortunately, at the moment, under COVID conditions, we are unable to get into the archives to do any additional searches, and we've asked the family to supply that information. That hasn't been forthcoming as yet, so we will hopefully get to the bottom of that shortly. So that was the updated information for you, and the reason behind our request for a little bit more time to talk with the families in regards to the naming of Duda Regional Park. So the revised recommendations are that the committee should invite Mana Whenua to dual name 5 regional parks and to rename Omana Regional Park, so there would be 6 in total. All dual naming should be consistent with council policy, meaning the Maori comes first, the English comes second, and further discussion should occur between council, Mana Whenua and the Scandrett and Duda families in relation to the dual naming of those 2 parks. We also recommend information being made available to the public regarding this intent to dual name through the draft management plan process. So the next steps would be obviously the resolution today for the committee to invite Mana Whenua to provide those Maori names. Council officers will undertake further engagement with both the Scandrett and the Duda families with a view to putting those parks forward in a subsequent tranche. Iwi will then be able to discuss and agree who will be naming the sites individually, and they will go and do their research and submit the names for adoption. And that's the end of the presentation. We would be more than happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Ka pai Dawn, ngā mihi ki a koe, and Anehira, I don't know if there's anything you wish to say before I open up for pātai.
Kia ora matua. No, I'm quite happy to support the presentation and to open for questions.
Kapai. So look, before I open it up, and I've got a list, again, the changes are there to give time for our staff to talk with both the Scantrit and Duda families in regards to this. I know that there have been issues going back to the Manukau days when I was there in 2003 around a possible name. I've spoken to Councillor Cashmore in regards to that particular issue as well. Just wanted to inform him of the changes to the recommendations that were sent out by Maya. So look, it's just giving them time, which is definitely what we need to do, based on the information received, especially in regards to the Duda Regional Park and the assertion by the family around legal obligations. So Councillor Fletcher, Walker, and then Watson.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I acknowledge the work that has been undertaken by officers on this. And I think I'd like my question to be understood in the context of, regional parks are one of the best things about Auckland. And I think where some of the sensitivity is around transitional issues, but all the more reason that we need to treat carefully with whānau and others. But I might add, we do need champions, and my question is, why is it that we haven't availed ourselves in consultation with the Friends of Regional Park? We've got people like Kid Howden and Bronwyn Turner offside, and also myself, in terms of being the portfolio councillor for parks. I was disappointed not to be able to just have a quick scan of this before it actually came to the committee. But with regards to the Friends of Regional Parks, what was the rationale? I totally understand you're consulting with whānau. I totally understand you're consulting with local boards, but why not those who've been very good at supporting us in the past? And can I say that I actually support the recommendations today, but I just think we don't want to alienate people.
Thank you, Councillor Christine. I totally support your position, and we think it's a definitely advantageous to involve all the groups in this journey, and we certainly intend to involve them all and keep them well informed of what's going on. I will hand over to Scott De Silva from Regional Parks to more fully answer your question in regards to the Friends group, as they have obviously the previous relationships and engagement processes already in place with these groups. So Scott, if you're able to step in here and provide a bit more information for Councillor Fletcher, that would be great.
Yeah, thank you, Dawn, and kia ora to the committee and through the chair. There has been a bit of a slip in terms of engaging with the Friends of Regional Parks. That was not intentional. It was more of an oversight of anything. We received an email last night from Kid Howden sort of raising the fact at a meeting they had last night as the Friends of Regional Parks Committee were meeting, and they were aware of it, and it came through an email this morning, and when I saw that I realised that there'd been a gap in the communication with the Friends. I have since had a conversation this morning with Bronwyn Turner, the chair of the Friends of Regional Parks, and have provided her with a bit of an overview of the program, and she's willing and interested in actually catching up and having a bit more of a talk around the intent of the program. She didn't oppose it, but I haven't actually formally asked her for her view on that until we can sit down and work through that. So that's something that's on me that I will need to undertake in the next week or so.
Thank you, Scott. And look, we all make mistakes, and it appears to be an unintentional. If there's a slight been taken, it's just an oversight. So I'm happy to put my hand up to meet with her, with you, or with Kit Howden. The last thing I want to do on something that's such a jewel for the council, I really want to see us coming together in unity and not seeing us polarised on matters. So happy to help in any way.
Oh, that's great, Councillor Fletcher, and I'll take you up on your offer. I'd be more than happy for us to go and catch up with Bronwyn and talk this through.
Happy to do so. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Scott, I hope you got my email and my response to Kit's email.
Yes, I did, Councillor Fletcher, Filipano. So yeah, I've got the response. Thank you very much for that.
That's all right. So I mean, look, if they want to talk to the chair, sweet. If not, you can have your corridor with Councillor Fletcher. Kapai.
Lovely, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Walker, then Watson.
Sure. So I'd really like to just endorse the comments that Councillor Fletcher made around Friends of Regional Parks. You know, I have some ongoing liaison with them, and I think they form a very important role. The other question I've got just goes to sensitivity. I used to converse with Jim Holdaway and a number of others who formed the ARA and helped to put some of the regional parks in place, and certainly I'm aware of the history of some of the acquisitions, particularly around the Shakespeare Regional Park acquisition, which was not really handled very well as far as the Shakespeare family was concerned, and I knew Werner Shakespeare, for example. So my question is around also engagement with the Shakespeare family, who I'm sure would be interested in engagement. That would need to be handled sensitively. And I have another question, just as it goes to the iwi history of the areas. For example, if we look at Shakespeare Park, that was associated with Te Kauwharau, who were associated with Ngāti Kahu and Ngāti Rongo and so on. And their history, lineage and occupancy of the area went back to the very beginnings. So my particular concern around the naming is just around the sensitivity as to how that is handled with iwi, particularly those iwi that had the pa. There were 5 pa, for example, at Shakespeare that Te Kauwharau were involved with. So I've just got a question around that process, Mr. Chair. One, as it goes to how we're dealing with families that have been involved, particularly the Shakespeare family in addition, and also the process of how we deal with the naming as it goes to iwi. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, kia ora for that, Councillor Walker. So there were some comments mixed with pātai, so I'm assuming that you won't have any comments later on. But
necessarily, Mr. Chair.
Hold on, Dawn, can you speak to the questions that were posed, please?
Yes. Te Kiri Rukuruku has been working with mana whenua for, probably about 4 or 5 years now, working through the process of naming and coming up with a program that they are happy with. So we're quite confident that our process is quite robust and well supported by mana whenua. Just to touch briefly and talk you through how that will work. Mana whenua are already aware we have a regular 2-monthly meeting with all mana whenua across Tamaki Makaurau. They are aware that we're coming to the PACE committee today to discuss the inclusion of regional parks into the program, and they're looking forward to that. Some of them already have indicated an interest in naming some of those sites, and we will be working with all mana whenua to identify who has the interest, and then we will work within that subset group to work out how that's going to work together. And we will not be moving forward on this journey until mana whenua are happy with how that's going to work and who is going to be naming and how that's going to be taken forward. So we work really, really closely with them. It is very much a mana whenua led process, and until we get that agreement and support for going forward, we will be talking with mana whenua until that happens. Does that help to clarify that, Councillor Watson, for you?
It helps somewhat. I would have thought in terms of the criteria that we'd be looking at the deep history of some of these locations, their significance to the people that occupied them, who in some respects are largely landless, some of them today, and their relationship with these areas is particularly important because it goes to the very real history of the area, not the latter day history. That's certainly something that I'm acutely aware of. Yes, by all means leave it to mana whenua, but I have a real concern around the naming as it goes to the original occupation and so on. So I don't know what you can tell me about that.
Yes, well through the chair, mana whenua have obviously a huge and vast knowledge, especially the kaumātua in some of these iwi, around the deep history and the background behind these sites. They really are the people that have the greatest matauranga and knowledge of what has taken place on the whenua and the myriad of layers of different iwi and what's been going on for hundreds of years, and they've got this huge wealth of knowledge, and that's why we really do defer to them in these instances. And that knowledge, they will do spend a lot of time with the kaumātua, and I'm really actually looking forward to learning a lot about some of these sites, because I think we will. I think this is going to come out as part of this process, and it's going to be a fantastic thing to be able to add that to the parks and be able to make that information available for the local communities and the families that have come after.
Thanks, Dawn. Councillor Watson.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Can you hear me okay there, Alf?
Yep, kapai.
Yeah, the one question that wasn't answered there was in respect of Shakespeare Regional Park. You talk about engagement with key stakeholders. There has been no engagement with, according to the item before us, with the Shakespeare family. And as Councillor Walker said, if you're aware of the history of Shakespeare Regional Park, it was an aggressive acquisition. So the Shakespeare family, before World War II, they lost half their farm, which was taken for a military base for the instalment of big guns over the Tiri Channel. And then in the 1960s, the ARA as it was then, took their farm under their aggressive acquisition policy for regional parks. So I would have, so why haven't that family been contacted? Vivian Shakespeare was certainly, the daughter was certainly around, a decade ago. Is there a particular reason for that?
Scott, can you, to partly answer your question, Councillor Watson, we would be more than happy to talk to the Shakespeare family, and it would be great to get contact details. I'm not aware of, I don't have any contact details for the moment. I'm just going to check in with Scott here to step in. He may have some more information on that, but more than happy to take them on this journey and talk to them about what we're doing and how we're doing it and involve them in the process. Absolutely. Scott, are you able to confirm whether or not you have those contact details for the Shakespeare family?
Through the chair, I'd need to have a look, Dawn. I haven't got that information with me at this stage, but more than happy to follow that up in regards to any members of the Shakespeare family who are around. So.
Okay, well that's great, Scott. The last time, and it was over 10 years ago, Vivian Shakespeare lived out Wainui way somewhere, but may have moved. So that would be good, because as I said, it was quite a well, it was a very unpleasant experience that scarred the family certainly, but it's a wonderful regional park that we've got today, as everyone knows. So that would be highly desirable. In terms of another group, equally important, certainly in terms of Long Bay Regional Park and also Shakespeare Regional Park, is Ngāti Kahu. Does anyone at this time have any information on the status of Ngāti Kahu? Because they're identified in the item as the key iwi here, that they were certainly decimated in the early 1800s. It saw them leave Whangaprawa Peninsula in effect. Has anyone got any information as to what the status of Ngāti Kahu is today? There's 2 regional parks they're involved in.
No, through the chair, no, I don't have information in my fingertips to be able to answer that question, I'm sorry, unless Anahira, do you have any knowledge about Ngāti Kahu?
No, through the chair, I don't either, but I do know that we will need to include them in this conversation if we are to move forward.
Okay, great. Just 2 quick ones, if I may, Mr. Chair. In terms of information, and you mentioned the great, wealth of knowledge that exists within the iwi themselves, you'll be aware, of course, that under the ARC, Graham Murdoch, as the head of heritage, did extensive research during ARC times with iwi himself, that has quite a rich history of a number of all the major regional parks that were acquired in those 1960s anyway. Do we have that resource available to us as well to aid this process?
Yes, through the chair, yes, we do. We work with Graham on a number of projects, and he's got some fantastic information on that. In fact, some of it we've already referred to. I think he wrote a book with a whole lot of history about the
Dreamers of the Day.
Dreamers of the Day. That's right. Yeah, I've actually read through that already and pulled out quite a bit of information from that. Some of it's included in the attachment to the report that you'll see. Yeah. So yeah, definitely.
Okay, well, that's great. He also did individual pieces over and above that on regional parks like Shakespeare and Wenderholm too, that will probably be useful. Final question, Mr. Chair, and it goes to this convention, apparent convention, the Council of the Maori name coming first or coming before the English. Is there any pragmatic considerations at this time given to how that dual naming can appear in a form that is equally striking or visible with both names? And I'm thinking, if we're looking to carry everyone along with this, is there some pragmatic way? I'm assuming details of lettering or visual appearance of any signage is going to take into account the desirability of capturing both names, if just for the pragmatic of notion of people knowing where they've arrived. So for instance, if we talk about Shakespeare, it's actually divided into three areas. It's Army Bay, it's Akoromai, it's Te Harahi. And sure, people might be going to Shakespeare, but they're actually going to one of those different parts of it. So has any initial thoughts been given as to the appearance of that signage that's going to make both English and Maori equally visible?
We don't have the detail on the signage as yet. Obviously, we don't. We're one step at a time, but I can certainly provide assurances that the signage that's been done previously, that the English name is very clear. I could send you through some examples of what we've used in local parks if you're interested. I'd be happy to give you some examples of that. And yeah, obviously wayfinding is very important within these massive parks, and we would can quite confidently say that there wouldn't be any confusion. That will be very clear where you're going. The English will still be quite prominent. The Maori does come first, but in the local park signage, it's in a different colour. So it's still very, very clear where you are, and if you don't understand or initially understand that the park has changed its name, it's the English is still quite clearly visible. And
well, yeah, okay. Well, I'm assuming it's retaining both its names. It's not changing name. We don't want to end up like the Irish with the Gaelic, where the Irish themselves, the non-Gaelic speakers, don't know where they are because the Gaelic is so different.
We definitely don't want to end up like that. No.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Look, thanks, Councillor Watson, and I, as well, the two previous councillors. Look, what's been identified before I move on, there's still 3 who have pātai, but I think a gap's been identified, and I've seen the gap and didn't know it was there. I would normally run through a gap, but this particular one has been identified in regards to consultation. Well, not consultation, but at least engaging with the families concerned. So, Dawn, I'm assuming that has been now picked up by yourself and Scott and the team in regards to the first 3 members of the committee.
Yes, it most certainly has, Mr. Chair, and that's absolutely no problem. We're more than happy to do it. Or if there's any other groups that anyone thinks of that that we haven't spoken to, we've clearly included that list in the report. We'd be more than happy to get that information and to ensure that we are included in the process and have some robust discussions and information provided.
Yeah, that'll be great, because at least that is crucial for us to take anybody along with this journey that we're currently on. So thank you, Dawn, and the rest. I'll move now, and look, for those that are not speaking, can you please put your microphones on mute, only because we're hearing background. Councillor Matuakake, Tony.
Tēnā koe, Alf, tēnā koe, Dawn. I just wanted to come in and say, my question is really around the wording in the recommendation. If it, and I support the whole notion of providing more time to engage and to get the right people involved in the kōrero and in the discussion. But I've seen so many times where we have recommendations where we invite mana whenua, we invite people to have input. But really, this I think when it comes to naming, especially if we're wanting to establish legacy names for a particular area, that it should move from invite to actually just take out invite. We don't progress until such time as they have provided substantial feedback. Is my question. So can that change, Chair? Can that change in terms of, rather than just inviting, that we be more affirmative in that? This shouldn't go on unless we have the Duda family feedback. This shouldn't go on unless we've had various parties' feedback, including mana whenua, as opposed to invite.
Yeah, look, that is what I think is being made clear now in regards to the 3 previous, the 3 councillors that previously spoke to you, Matua. So look, that's been made clear. That the engagement with those to take us on the journey is important, and also around the invite, that this is what's going to happen. So I think that's been taken on board. Dawn, any comments?
No, I guess the invite is a word we have used consistently throughout the program. We're happy to review that and change that to something that's a bit more strongly worded if that's the committee's preference.
Well, it's my preference, through the chair. It's my preference because we've seen a lot of consultation in the past where they're invited, but they don't actually invite when it comes to names and historical significance through a name, through a reenactment of an event, or it's important that if this takes us another 12 months, so be it. It shouldn't be just invite, but then because of time we've run out of time, and we're going to make a rash decision. These are too important, and when I get to year 2040, I want to be looking back and say, yep, we consulted well, and this is the history, this is the legacy.
Yeah, look, I'm going to, after this anyway, have a corridor with the team and just to take on the points that we had. So, look, there's no issue with that, and we'll come back to you personally in regards to that, Matua. Move on to Councillor Koo.
Tēnā koe e te hia mana, Alf. E mihi ana kia koutou. Thank you for the presentation, and tēnā korua Anahera and Dawn, and tēnā koutou, including Scott too. Thank you for this, and I have two pārtai, if I may, Mr. Chair. The first one is just about how we talk about this process, and in the Māori Outcomes Report, page 31 of that report, it talks about Te Kiti Rukuruku, and this is at page 135 of the agenda, and it talks about the naming being about, not naming, but actually it's a restoration or a return, and it's a restoration of mana and Māori. It doesn't even use the verb to name or to rename. So I was just curious in terms of how that's reflected in this report, and that understanding that this is far more than a naming process.
Kia ora, good pārtai.
Kia ora, mātua.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Coombe. That's a very good point, and perhaps I should have made that a bit clearer in my report, because that's quite correct. It is about restoring the stories and the narratives, the ancestral names. Not always we get a combination, and that's something that comes out through our discussions with mana whenua and through their knowledge and their the histories that they're aware of and that their kaumātua are aware of. They do sometimes adopt a more contemporary name, and that's could be for a multitude of reasons. And I probably could have gone into that a bit more detail in the report. I guess it was quite a massive report as it was, so I was trying not to overload people with too much information. Is probably part of the reason. But you are quite correct, and thank you so much for raising that here, because it is about so much more than just a name.
Kia ora, Dawn, appreciate that, and it was nice to see Anahera's comment too in the Māori Outcomes Report on Te Kiti Rukuruku and the importance of the program. My second pārtai, if I may, Mr. Chair, and I just have to kind of do a little kind of intro to this question to make sense of it. But when I was on the local board and we did a restoration of a name at Western Park, Tunamo, which is the original name of the stream that runs through Western Park, which is one of Auckland's oldest parks, I understand. There was a lot of jostling over which name came first, and which I can see is kind of coming through in this report, and the concerns particularly were their family names. But what was and in the end, unfortunately, in my view, it ended up being named Western Park Tunamo, because of that. I think at the time the members of the local board it was kind of a letting go that they were struggling with in terms of the mana of the name. But what was a light bulb moment after the naming had been done, from the chair at the time, who had really pushed for the Pākehā name to go first, was actually linguistically it doesn't really make sense from, if you're speaking English, to say Western Park Tunamo, because you really need to have then the noun in te reo as well. So if, for example, I don't know which would be the preferred te reo name, say for parks, but say it's Paka or Paparehia, you would then be saying Western Park Tunamo Paka, so sort of saying park, whereas it actually makes much more sense and flows as Tunamo Western Park, because then you don't have to say park twice. And I know this is a completely different reason for all the reasons of mana whenua and from a Māori perspective of the naming and what we're doing in this process of restoration and returning. But I think there's also an explanation from a te reo English perspective that we are that it's like maybe there's some advice or that we could ask for around how it just makes more sense from a naming perspective, from a Pākehā perspective perhaps, to actually put the te reo Māori name first. So I hope that question, that's just kind of an offering of one of this process where this happened around, what should go first. Actually, if we were going to do it again now, I think the local board, even regardless of the council's policy, which I think is right, would actually land in a different place by just seeing it as a logical language way to do it. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence on that question.
No, that's all right. Because, sorry, Dawn, I just wanted to let everybody know that we're not obviously going to relitigate the policy. The policy's in place, and Māori is first, and then the European name. It's more around getting this particular item through. We had the workshops and also the committee in 2018 around this. So for me, at the moment, the policy is that it is going to be the Māori name, and then the English or Pākehā name. So look, Dawn, I don't know if you've got anything to add, but for me is to look at the recommendations in front of us now.
Can I just clarify, sorry, Mr. Chair, the question, just to really make it clear on the question, I just think in those conversations with the families who might be resisting the council's policy, my question is there perhaps some assistance around just how the language works best in this approach?
Yes, through the chair, we can answer that if you'd like, Mr. Chair.
Go, Dawn.
Yeah. I totally endorse everything you've just said there, Pippa, and I think that it's a really good additional point that we will be making with the families. The reo, does stand alone. It doesn't have a descriptor. It's not something that, and Anahira is could probably speak to this. I might pass the rākau over to her briefly because she's got a very good way of outlining that as well. Anahira?
Kia ora, Dawn. Tēnā tātou. I think, and we will definitely support all of those. We do support all of those points, Councillor Coons, and thank you for your comments and your tautoko. And there will be additional conversations around the nuances of te reo Māori, but also the fact is that the dual names honour both of those names, and neither of those names will be a translation of each other. So Ambery would still stay on the park, and whatever the name is that the iwi bring back to that park is really bringing back the narrative and the nuance of that whakapapa to that park to sit in the same space as the Pākehā name as well.
Thank you, appreciated, and a descriptor was the word I was looking for, the park. Yes. So thank you. Struggling with my language. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't need to comment further other than just to confirm my endorsement of Te Kete Ruku Ruku program and this process. Ngā mihi.
Ka pai. Matua Glenn, and then Councillor Bartley, and then it'll be whakaro after that, and our staff would not be answering once we get into the comments. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Chair, and through you, mihi ana kia koutou e kawe mai ana I te kaupapa nei. When we do this tono atu ki ngā mana whenua, ki ngā iwi o Tāmaki, I'm just wondering why we're not asking them to provide kororo for these two other names instead of saying, oh, we'll have another hui for this one. Because it just kind of makes me think, oh, not another one. That's the first discussion. and then with the proviso that that there has to be some corridor, as opposed to saying, we'll have another corridor later, and then that corridor may happen maybe 10, 20, 10, 15 years later, and it's amazing that gets lost in 15 years. And so that's my first question. I've got 3 questions in total, Chair.
Ka pai, Councillor Wilcox.
Glenn,
I can answer that through the chair. We feel that we've got 6 parks going forward for naming in the first tranche. That is quite a good number, particularly with available resource for iwi, who are doing quite a lot of naming across the isthmus at the moment. We'd also really like to not put anyone in a position of conflict, and really have these names welcomed and honoured and understood and appreciated in the way that they should be. So a little bit more time to talk to these families may make a big difference in having that more positive experience for everyone, for mana whenua and for the families and for the community. So that's what we're hoping for, and we certainly have no intention of this taking 15 years. We would be looking at starting the second tranche as soon as we finish the first tranche. So that's what we do with the local boards, and that's definitely what we would be intending to do with the regional parks.
So, I'm going to supplement this little question. Then why are we not giving mana whenua the chance to have a corridor directly to these whānau?
I can answer that one, Dawn. Kia ora matua, it's Anahira here. The process in the past with all of our parks naming has been that the council holds the management of these parks and the decision making around these parks. That sits firmly within the council, and our PACE committee is that forum in this space, and we don't ask mana whenua to name these names until this has been passed through this process first. We definitely have their opinions and their wawata for this, but they are not formally invited, asked, resolved to name these parks until the council has decided that is what will go forward.
Ka tae rātou te kororo atu ki ngā whānau?
Kai a rātou tēnā mena ka hiahia.
I te mea e hakaroa nau kei te kaunihera te kororo katoa. Anyhow, sorry, councillors, what I was asking is there any reason why mana whenua can't go and talk directly with these whānau? And if the council were asked that, would they allow that? I mean, I'm just a bit concerned. It's becoming a council process, but actually this is meant to be a Māori outcome and an outcome also for the national community.
So could I just add this, is that the only reason that there's 2 of them, because there are legal obligations that this is what happens when the land was put into a regional park, and that's the only reason why we've given this time now. One is for there's an existing legal obligation in regards to Scandrett, but the Duda, the whānau for Duda Regional Park have said no, there is a legal condition with the contract we signed about who comes first. So that's why we're just giving them time to have that corridor with them.
Yeah, okay then. Kabai, you've answered that question. I think it's a legal issue, and I'm fine with that. Number 2 question regards, in here you've said there's no real cost to council, but is not the tikanga of naming and whakahoki te ingoa, is not the tikanga also involved that the regional park then has to sign up for bilingual signage as it replaces it and puts in new signage? And is that a cost that needs to be factored in? Or have we already done this?
Yes, through the chair. There is a cost. Mana whenua obviously reimbursed for their time, and that has been allowed for from the regional parks operational budget, which Scott can provide more information on if you need it. Regarding the signage is generally upgraded, and the names are renewed as the signage is required for upgrade. So we don't we try to minimise any financial implications for the signage by doing it when it's needing to be renewed. However, there is likely to be some signage that may need to be upgraded a bit sooner, and in those cases we keep the costs to the absolute minimum by reskinning those signs and not by replacing the whole sign, and that has been factored into the budgets.
Sorry, Chair. So to understand that we're going to kind of like we did when we became Auckland Council, we just put our little stickers over the Franklin or Rodney district thing. Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah, it's most of the signs have like a laminate layer that you can overlay. So yeah, we'd probably overlay the entire sign rather than just put a sticker over it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Look, I'm going to say totally support the kaupapa, Chair. That's my comment, and we'll leave it at that.
Kia ora matua.
Councillor Bartley, I think you're the last in regards to the apartheid, then I'm going to move into whakaaro. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you. Thank you for this report. I just wanted to know what would happen if we just went ahead and named the parks Māori names. Like, what would happen? Considering that is what this whole program, considering that we're in Aotearoa, Māori name, what if we just went ahead with the Māori names? What would happen? Would those families get their parks back? What's the story?
Is that a question for us, Kia ora?
No, look, Councillor Bartley, I know what would happen. One would be going against the Kite Rukuruku, our policy in regards to dual naming, that's one. And I think as a result of the pātai and the kōrero that we're having now, it's important that we make sure that people are on the journey. But Te Kite Rukuruku, when we discussed it in 2018 at the Environment and Community Committee, was around dual naming. That's why Mana Whenua came on board and said, yep, with all the discussion, that this is where we need to head.
Wow, okay. Thank you.
Okay then. Just moving to whakaaro, got Councillor Cooper, then Fletcher.
Getting there, sorry. I guess for me, as a Pākehā boomer, I'm old enough to remember when I went to school under the Maunga Puketa Papa, and when it was Mount Roskill. And if you look at, we always used to call Mount Egmont, but now we all call it Taranaki. And I think this is a journey, as a lot of people have been saying here. This is a journey, but it's also about manaakitanga, and that's about looking after each other, but it's also about upholding mana. And if you think about that, that's why this we have to go hand in hand with the families that had their names attached to these parks. We need for everybody to be able to hold up their head high and go, this is part of my history, for Māori, for the iwi, but also for the Pākehā families that were on those places too. And I think that's why I really like this process. It's about upholding everyone's mana, but also the journey of us all learning. As we've grown, probably Alf and I are similar vintage, and he would have grown up in it with a very different worldview from me. But what I've really enjoyed about this process is the whole Te Kite Rukuruku program is that even in my rohe, I'm starting to see different names. I'm starting to understand more of the history. And I live on Kaupupaka Kaianga, which is called Luckens Point now. But now I understand that it was Te Kawerau, and those sorts of things give a richness for all of us. But they also, as Matua Tony says, they help to heal. They help us all to understand one another. And I think that's why it's important to keep having these conversations with the families, and but also welcome this, because over time, for the people that think we should just get on with it and just have one name, this is a learning process. So, and I don't think anyone's going to get lost because, we've got Google now, Google Maps. But I think that the really fantastic thing that I've seen over the decades is really just being able to embrace te reo. As we learn, we see our own children growing up with it in school. It's just it's second nature to them, or first. It's just about, we're never too old to learn, and I really welcome this. I think it's quite a celebration, really. There's nothing to be afraid of. I think it's great to learn, and it's great to understand. So I really absolutely support the work of the team and all the iwi and the families of these places that are involved. Kia ora.
Ngā mihi. And before I go to Councillor Fletcher, just wanted to advise the staff that now that we're into our whakaaro comments, that there'll be no need for our staff to answer anything. We're just going to get into this, and then the recommendation will be put. Councillor Fletcher, Henderson, and then Walker.
Kia ora, and I'm pleased to follow Councillor Cooper because the themes that she spoke of, the journey that we're on, and the respect that I think that we must show for one another, it's very appropriate. We're discussing this on Armistice Day, really, or Veterans Day, or it's a special day because it's a moment in time when we stand and we reflect. And for me, it's in many ways our regional parks are telling the story of Tamaki, of Auckland, and that has been touched on in part. I was going to talk to the role that we have in telling these stories around the restoration of historic and heritage restoration, as well as ecological restoration, but we don't have the opportunity to do that unless we're willing to step back and ensure that in talking to all of the parties, from mana whenua, but also to Matawaka, to the Pākehā families, and one always assumes that within the Pākehā families there was unity. Knowing some of the personalities of the farms that became part of the regional parks, they all had their own stories and history as well, and probably there wasn't always unity within those whānau. I just think that this is a very special opportunity to heal in lots of ways, and to recognise that these places, which are so important to our soul, particularly during the time of COVID, how many people just raced to get to a regional park when they were permitted to, because of the restoration that that it provides the soul. And that might sound a little bit soft, but I think all of us need that, and we also need to look at just how much we have had to battle for these places. It wasn't so many years ago that there were people who would have had the regional park sold. That there was, if you go back and you read that book, Dreamers of the Day, not just the acquisition in recent times of these parks, but the very real likelihood of losing them. So this is our moment in time in terms of, for us as an amalgamated council, to actually pause and say, yes, we have this policy, and yes, we're going, but we want to take people with us. So we need to do that with a focus on the visitor experience now, but also for that of the future, and giving us that sense of tūranga waiwai for many of us. And I just think this is important. It's not something to be rushed, and it's something that needs to be inclusive. So in mandating our officers today, I hope that they have taken on board the views of some of us, at any rate, of going and genuinely engaging with as many as possible to make sure that this has the integrity that it should. But I commend the officers who've worked on it. I acknowledge perhaps there've been one or two unintentional oversights, but that doesn't deter us from moving forward respectfully and really doing justice to this wonderful legacy that we have and carry the stewardship for.
Kapai. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Henderson, followed by Councillor Walker, and then I will close if there's no further.
Kia ora. Yeah, just really quickly, I wanted to briefly provide kind of a helicopter view and support the work that we're doing here. It is good to kind of look into some of the detail around the discussions that are being had with various families and so forth, but we need to really just remember why we're doing this and remember why it's so important and such a good and positive thing for our city to do. And it does feel great to be part of that process. I was doing a little bit of research in preparation for this and looking at sort of things that other countries do that actually we're far behind this kind of kaupapa. When you look at places like Wales, which has a bilingual signage policy, which has policies that were passed several years ago for 1 million Welsh speakers by 2050, protecting they're a lot better than some of the wider population are, and you know, we've got to really do this kind of work and then some, and I'm really proud of kind of work in this and the Te Kete Rukuruku program. It's something that nationally we need to be looking at this kind of stuff and doing a lot more. So kia ora, thanks.
Kapai, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Walker.
Sure. Just got a quick comment, Mr. Chair. I think that we've taken on board the necessity to follow through this exercise with iwi and also the settler families who had an association with these areas for and I take on board the comments that Dawn made. I would make a request that we have some transparency around the process that goes to naming. And as Dawn mentioned, there's an opportunity to glean history around some of these areas. Though having said that, I'm just mindful that the history of some of these areas goes way back and certainly isn't in any form of living memory that I doubt exists. That's certainly my understanding of the history of the ancient past sites of the Whangapara Peninsula. And it may well be that the likes of Graham Murdoch and others, including some of the descendants of the settler families, have got a lot to add. I would hope that in the naming of these areas, as Councillor Watson mentioned, they've almost got sub-identities, particularly as it goes to past sites and the like. So I'd be really hopeful that some of that history is reflected in the naming, because that is the real sense of identity with these places, rather than a more later name that might not bear much historical resemblance to the area, Mr. Chair. So hopefully we're picking up on those things and encourage that there will be some engagement with the Shakespeare family. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Look, just to close the debate, because I've got no other comments or people who wish to speak, just to close the debate, and I won't be repeating anything that has been said, but Dawn, I want to acknowledge you and the staff in regards to this particular item. I know that we were talking late last night around this and after you got that information, so thank you so much. Councillor Fletcher has mentioned some oversights, and I totally agree with her. I know you've taken those on board, but we will have a kōrero post this particular meeting in regards to how we manoeuvre ourselves around Te Kete Rukuruku, etc., and the naming. But look, just want to acknowledge you, Dawn, Anahira, Justine, and the team in regard to the Scott, and also our regional parks team. So look, thank you so much, and I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against? Carried. As I said, about 1 o'clock is the break, but I want to put change an order in our agenda, and that is to move item 17. I want to have that because I don't want to keep our senior advisory panel members waiting until after we come back after lunch. So I'm going to move that 17 now gets put on the table on the agenda before 16. Councillor Casey, would you second that?
Yeah, happy to, Alfie.
Thank you. I'm going to put that recommendation that 17 is taken before 16. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Sorry for eating into your lunch, but after this particular one, we'll break for lunch, and there's only 2 items that are left on our agenda, substantive ones anyway. So look, with item 17, I'm going to invite first the senior advisory panel, Claire and Gail, plus also our staff. And Victoria, firstly, Victoria, if you're online, can I just confirm you're online, Victoria?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so Victoria and Maya has texted me to say that our advisory panel co-chairs are also there. Victoria, I just wanted to sort of acknowledge your role now in regards to this. I'm going to give you a few minutes if you wish to introduce yourself. I'm then going to ask the co-chairs to do their report, and then we will then discuss item 17. So congratulations, and just give you a few minutes to introduce yourself to everybody and your role now at Auckland Council. Kia ora, Victoria.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Victoria Wicks Brown aho, no Te Whanganui Atara aho. Although originally from Wellington, it's fantastic to be here in diverse and beautiful Tamaki Makaurau. I'm originally legally trained, and my path saw me a very long time ago starting out in the Prime Minister's office, and I've been privileged to work in local government in Wellington for New Zealand at the New Zealand Embassy in Washington DC in the private sector, and serving many not-for-profits, but always with a focus on diversity and inclusion and on relationships and collaboration. And I'm hoping that this will serve me in good stead in this new role. I'm very much looking forward to working with you all and with all our advisory panel and sector panel members and making a positive contribution to Auckland Council. Thank you.
Kia ora, Victoria. Thank you so much, and again, congratulations. I'm now going to invite the co-chairs, Claire Dale and Gail Marsh, and the officers to speak now before the actual item. So just want to, tēnā kōrua, ladies, welcome, and we're ready for your presentation. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā koe, Mr. Chairman. I will be speaking. It's Gail Marshall speaking. Ko Gail Marshall taku ingoa. I will also be presenting to you Dr. Claire Dale's presentation, as she has no audio on her computer. So firstly, I would like to thank the previous Seniors Advisory Panel, the governing body, and the members, along with council officers and staff who did the mahi and who recognised what an important kaupapa, age-friendly, meant for the advancement of Auckland City, a city that promotes active ageing. The Seniors Advisory Panel, as the kaitiaki of this kaupapa, understand the importance of the policy framework to secure services, structures, plans and policies for active ageing in Tamaki Makaurau. to develop for the future a city that celebrates its diversity and promotes the inclusion of seniors who are active, who are independent, who have a voice and who are socially accepted, and that they feel safe, and that there is a provision for equitable housing, ease of access to transport, and an environment that promotes health and well-being. The Tamaki Tauwhi Kaumātua Action Plan has developed a platform for acceptance as a member of the WHO, and it is a window into the spiritual, cultural, and economic values that lifelong learning and participation are embedded in our philosophy for active ageing. The world is challenged by COVID-19, which has brought uncertainty to our lives, and it affects, and all the effects it has on our communities. The Seniors Advisory Panel therefore see the necessity to set in place surety to allow our ageing population to be engaged in life, that this kaupapa embraces all ages and provides for a healthy working relationships, making decisions to sustain the work and contribution that it has taken to bring us to this point today for this kaupapa. The Seniors Advisory Panel support age-friendly Tamaki Makaurau Action Plan, and as kaitiaki will continue to encourage and work with the governing body, officers and staff of Auckland Konihira. I will now read Dr. Claire Dale's letter to you, presentation for you. Tamaki Tauwhi Kaumātua Age-Friendly Tamaki Makaurau Auckland Action Plan. I would like to support my Seniors Advisory Panel Co-Chair Gail Marshall in speaking in favour of adopting the Tamaki Tauwhi Kaumātua Age-Friendly Tamaki Makaurau Auckland Action Plan at today's meeting. As we know, Tamaki Makaurau is home to New Zealand's largest population of older people. The 2018 census showed there were just under 190,000 residents aged 65 years and over, and older people made up 12% of the total population. As noted by Councillor Casey, this population is diverse in life stage, needs and abilities, culture, language, living situation, and financial security. The aim of Tamaki Tauwhi Kaumātua Age-Friendly Tamaki Makaurau Auckland Action Plan is to improve the quality of life of this older population, and consequently to improve the quality of life for all citizens of Tamaki Makaurau. The current Seniors Panel is indebted to the previous panel members and to the Auckland Council experts who have developed this action plan. Ngā mihi, Dr. Claire Dale. So there, Mr. Chairman, it's a presentation on the mahi we have done, as well as the previous mahi done by people like Janet Close and Judy Blakely, who took up the challenge for this kaupapa. So thank you for listening, and I'm ready for any questions.
Thank you so much, Claire, and also pass on, well, not pass on, but Gail, thank you so much as well. It's been moved by Councillor Mulholland and seconded by Councillor Casey to thank you. I'm going to open up for any pātai and then leave Councillor Mulholland to say any closing comments before I put the recommendation. So any pātai from the committee? Hold on, there is. I was going to apply the 3-second rule, Claire, but Matua Glenn.
Yes, thank you very much for your report. It's really combined with the public input this morning. It really highlighted to me that the issue that many of our elderly people, or those who are just alone at home, are facing. And so, I tautoko the kaupapa One of the things that I did pick up, however, was in a piece further down where one of the feedbacks was regarding there was too much reo in the kaupapa. I'm just trying to understand the reaction, what caused that. I'm just trying to understand that kaupapa, please.
Sorry, Mata Aroha Mai, this is only with this one. We haven't gone to the agenda item as yet.
Oh, okay.
Aye. So look, if you could save your part-time item. This particular one is just to receive the public input and thank the co-chairs Claire and Gail.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, e mihi ana ki a koutou.
Okay then, kia ora nā. If there's no partai, but Matua, Glenn, you'll be the first when we get to the item. Councillor Mulholland, just give you the opportunity to close with any comments. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Matua, to councillors and to members of the public that are listening. I just, at this stage, Councillor Filipaina and Chair, I understand that we are thanking Gail, Claire and the Seniors Advisory Panel for their input before we go to the full item. Yes. So I just want to note that I have known Gail for some time and I'm extremely proud of herself and the committee and the team for following the work that has gone before them as noted and as shared also by the likes of Kevin Lamb. So kia ora tātou to them. Thank you. And I'm happy to move the input.
Yep, kappa, it's been moved and seconded. So thank you again. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you so much. We now move to the item. This item will be moved by Councillor Mulholland and seconded by Councillor Casey. And I just invite our staff to talk to their report. And the first part will be Matua Glenn after the report is given. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Rebecca Cruz. I'm here with Liz Civil and Kataraina Maki. We are really pleased to present the Tamaki Tauwhiti Kaumātua Age-Friendly Tamaki Makaurau Auckland Action Plan for Adoption. We would like to thank all the past and present members of the Seniors Advisory Panel and all our partners for their support, their work and advice that have gone into the development of this action plan, and for their continuing commitment to this kaupapa. This is a region-wide cross-sector plan to improve the well-being of older Aucklanders, and it will enable collaboration between the council, age sector organisations and communities to achieve an age-friendly and inclusive Tamaki Makaurau. I'm unable to share the presentation through Skype for some reason, so if you're able to please share it, Maya, that would be really appreciated, just the first slide. So during our community engagement in 2019 and 20, we heard from over 3,000 people about their needs, opportunities, and the aspirations they had for how we could improve the age friendliness of Auckland. And in September and October this year, we received feedback from over 2,500 people, with 75% of respondents supporting the framework and 71% supporting the domains. During community engagement, we heard that there are environmental aspects were missing and that Kaumātua told us they did not see themselves in the WHO domains. So we developed the Age-Friendly Tamaki Makaurau framework as a direct response to this feedback. And it is a unique combination of the WHO domains, Te Whare Tapawhā and Te Ao Māori values. So I'm hoping that is what you can see at the moment, because I'm also unable to see shared screens.
Yeah, we are.
Okay,
it's all good, Rebecca.
Thank you. So Te Whare Tapawhā is a Māori health model with a holistic approach to health and well-being. The concept is about maintaining physical and mental health as well as social and spiritual connection to promote good well-being. So everything we do inside the whare, all the domains and the actions that we're going to do are interconnected, and they support the foundations, the walls, the roof, so our hauora, our well-being. But if one dimension is diminished or damaged or missing, then the person or the whānau may become unwell. But if we take care of all these aspects of our lives, then our overall well-being is good. The Te Ao Māori values are drawn from Auckland's Māori Plan, which was developed by the Independent Māori Statutory Board, and they will underpin the way that people and organisations will work together to deliver this plan with and for our communities. And next slide, please. So this is the second page of the framework, and it goes into more detail about the domains, and each domain is given the voice of older Aucklanders. This is a shared framework for achieving an age-friendly Tamaki Makaurau. Auckland Council, CCOs, the Seniors Advisory Panel and our partner organisations, as well as others, will work collaboratively to deliver this plan. So the plan is united in its goal to achieve a more age-friendly Tamaki Makaurau for all older people. It has got contributions from 19 organisations with 100 actions. The actions in the plan cover many different cultures, and some are specific to ethnic groups, including Māori, Chinese and the Tuvaluan community. Other actions are more broadly targeted for all older Aucklanders, such as transport and accessibility of outdoor spaces. Actions will also have a broad benefit to those that can face some other similar challenges, as well as preparing Auckland for the growing number of older people. Next slide, please. So this plan will deliver impact for Auckland because it's based on working together, leveraging our efforts for collective impact, delivering effectively to the diverse communities of Tamaki Makaurau, targeting our resources more effectively, and monitoring and measuring our impact. So once this is hopefully adopted, we will be able to apply for membership to the World Health Organization Global Network of Age-Friendly Cities and Communities. So we hope to provide you with the good news that we've become a member in the new year. We are working with partners to establish an implementation group to coordinate delivery, and the group will provide leadership, advocacy, be able to identify and respond to changing needs, and work together to deliver and champion the plan. A monitoring and evaluation plan is also being developed to enable us to measure the impact it's having. An annual progress report will provide an update of the delivery of actions, as well as some high-level wellbeing indicators and examples of good and promising practice that we're seeing in the community. And this report will be presented to this committee, the WHO, and shared with local boards and all organisations that are supporting delivery. Next slide, please. So again, we'd really like to thank all these organisations and others, as well as all the people that have contributed their knowledge, feedback and time. The partnerships and connections that have been made through the development will carry into delivery and will ensure that Tamaki Makaurau is age-friendly in an innovative, sustainable and equitable way. Ngā mihi nui, whawhatai lava. Thank you for your time. We will take the plan as read and are happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Rebecca, congratulations on all the mahi to get us to this stage. I want to acknowledge, obviously, Councillor Casey in regards to her leadership right through this, and now with Councillor Mulholland with the advisory panel, Seniors Advisory Panel. So look, I'm going to open up to Pātai. We had Matua Glenn with Pātai. I don't see any others on the sidebar, but I will wait. But Rebecca, congratulations and thank you so much working with all these groups, our whānau, to get to where we are. So, Matua Glenn. Matua Glenn, are you online or?
Sorry, Chair, forgot to hit the button. Yeah, look, I want to echo the kōrero of our chairman, because this is a fantastic kaupapa, and it's the result of hard work and a lot of kōrero, but also a recognition that really our society will be judged by how we look after our elderly and those of our whānau that are getting on in years. So yeah, it's a really tautoko of this. Just reading through the corridor through my Lexus. One of the things I noted was this corridor about the reo. There was too much reo in it. What was the response to that? Is there a problem with the reo, or I'm just trying to understand this? Thank you.
Through the chair, so yes, we did receive a lot of feedback during our engagement on the draft. People had difficulty with the amount of te reo that was used in the plan and also within the framework. At Auckland Council, as I'm sure you're all well aware, we have a policy of dual headings and of using as much te reo as we can within our content, as long as we obviously provide an English translation. So we have followed our guidelines, and we believe that there is a good amount of te reo in here, but it was highlighted by others that they did find that difficult. So in response to that, we are proposing that we add a glossary of terms to the document so that people who are not familiar with some of the te reo that is used are able to look that up if that's not provided directly next to it. Thank you.
Can I just add a supplementary to that, Chair?
Ka pai.
Yeah, so we've come across this with bylaws as well, where communities are saying they aren't able to understand or they can't read the signs, etc., etc. Will we be producing an executive summary in different languages?
Through the chair, it is proposed that we will translate the framework into the 5 languages. But at this stage we weren't providing a summary of the document in any other languages, just the framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would like to see it translated into other languages because it's important that our people are recognised and valued also in their own language as well. Thank you, Chair.
Ka pai tera. Deputy Mayor, Cashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for all the team that's done this work. I've just lost nexus, Mr. Chair, so I'm just I've lost the ability to find the relevant part in the report. But what is our relationship with all these organisations that are part of this is critical, but our relationship with central government to ensure that there's adequate financial support for elderly, especially those in need. It'd be an absolutely vital and critical partner. So how is that relationship and how will that affect the measurement of our success in delivering this program?
Through the chair, so we've worked with the Office for Seniors throughout the process. They are aware of our development of this action plan and that we will be applying to the WHO to join the network as well. They are aware of the size and diversity of Auckland. We make sure that they understand that, as well as our partners do that as well, and ensure that part of this plan is enabling us to speak with a collective voice and being able to advocate for our older people more strongly as a group. And that is certainly one area that particularly some of our partners feel very strongly about, is the financial or economic support that the government can provide for our older people. So we will continue to work with our partners and voice those issues to the Office for Seniors. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just apply, Rebecca, I'm just going to apply the 3-second rule for any more pātai. No more on the sidebar, so again, thank you so much. I'll then move to those that wish to have a kōrero and to you, but that won't need any response from yourself or those online. So I'm going to go through to Councillor Dalton.
Tēnā koe, Chair. Really, it's just a congratulations to everybody on this. This is really exciting. Congratulations, Councillor Casey and Councillor Mulholland, Rebecca officers, but the Seniors Advisory Panel. I was able to attend one of their meetings as a listener, observer, and they had presentations from other councils on the age-friendly plan, and they were determined, the senior advisory panel, excited and would really wanted to get this done for Tāmaki. So it's wonderful, and I look forward to being able to share this with senior groups that I meet with. And just well done. I'm really proud of you all and of this plan. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Look, Councillor Casey, I know you haven't got anything in there, but I'm going to invite you to have a kōrero, because then I can get Councillor Mulholland to close. Kia ora.
Oh, thanks, Alfie. I'm glad you asked me. Look, my heart is full today. It's for lots of reasons which I'd like to tell you about. First of all, this is on my bucket list as a councillor. You know, this is my last term, and this has been a very long time coming. And I'd like to take my 2 or 3 minutes just to say thank you to the previous chairs, the previous lead officers, and the previous liaison councillors, because this was on the agenda of the very first panel, which was instituted in 2013. And that was chaired by Margaret Devlin, with Russell Rigby in the deputy chair slot. The lead officers were Greg Morgan. I know that Greg, this is his last week at council, and Rebecca. Rebecca, you gave up your free time to be the deputy lead officer for the first seniors panel, and here you are today presenting us with the age-friendly action plan. It's fantastic. The next term, we had the mighty Janet Clues and David Wong in the deputy chair. And I have to mention also Judy Blakey. They were an amazing team. But they were also well supported by Councillor Daniel Newman and lead officers Alison Dobby, who has now left council, and Cecily Dower, who has also left council. That was a mighty term. I'm going to say a wee bit more about that in a couple of minutes. And of course, today you've heard from Gail Marshall. Claire Dale didn't have a microphone, but she's the co-chair. We have co-chairs now. Our liaison councillor, you will hear from shortly, Tracy Mulholland, doing a wonderful job, supported by John Nash and Catherine Hickling. So it's a big thank you to all those people, the councillors like Daniel and Linda. Linda, you had a year and a half with the seniors panel too. Daniel Newman, and it's about that teamwork. Because I do believe if we didn't have a seniors panel, we wouldn't be having this sign off today, and we wouldn't be having our accreditation with the World Health Organization early next year. And I just can't wait for that to happen. So I just want to say 1 or 2 things about the passage of this age-friendly action plan, because it has been a struggle. It wasn't an easy passage, and the fact that this is going to go through today unanimously tells me what impact, the positive impact, that the seniors panels over these 3 terms have had on us, the decision makers. There is no debate. It's a no-brainer. Of course we need to do this. It's what Auckland needs. Everybody living in Auckland will benefit from it. Well, there was once a debate, and the action plan, the age-friendly plan, was derailed, and that was back in 2016. It was derailed for 2 years by a divided vote of this council. And I would like to say thank you to Penny Hulse, who chaired the committee that brought it back to the council table. And that was, I think you were the deputy chair at that time, Alfie. That was the Environment and Community Committee. So in 2018, it came back onto the table, and today we're signing it off. And I couldn't be more happy for everybody concerned. So it just, again, thank you to the seniors panel. This proves your worth.
Thank you so much for that. I'm just going to, for that, Kathy and, sorry, Councillor Casey, and your mahi towards this. I'm going to now move to Councillor Mulholland, because I've got no other committee members who wish to speak. So, Councillor Mulholland, this is your time to close. Thank you.
Kia ora, Chair, Matua, Lepaina, and I do hope that you can hear me clearly, because I am actually in an open space, which is a good thing about this item. People can hear us because it is something to hold with joy. And may I first acknowledge again, as already stated, the people that have been involved with this, and it is about the people, the people. I do want to also thank Councillor Newman for his work in supporting me too with regards to the panel. And Janet Clues, who I've known for some time, Janet and David and Judy, thank you for all of your good work on this. I do want to speak, of course, in favour, and as Councillor Casey has said, we would hope that this would be unanimous to support our senior community. And I was sent some information with regards to the history of Age Friendly, and it did go back here. I'm just looking 2013-2016 term, the first panel, March 16, the Development and Safety Committee received information on the process for becoming a World Health Organisation Age Friendly City. June 2016, which Councillor Casey referred to, just going through to April, August 2019, community engagement with partners, Age Concern. I do want to acknowledge, and I'd like to thank Kevin Lamb of Age Concern. He talked about 30 to 40,000 older people in Tamaki Makaurau, and this is about improving the lives of our older community. Chair and councillors, I'd like to bring your attention to page 11 item of this draft action plan, which will go to a full action plan after the vote, I would hope. Just it outlines the kāmatua and kuia, culture and diversity, the natural built environment, transport, housing, social participation, respect and social inclusion, civic participation and employment, communication and information, and community support and health services. The staff have done an incredible job on this project. In fact, it's a significant collective, and I am blessed and thankful to Councillor Casey for supporting me and for His Worship the Mayor to appoint me to this role. It has been a difficult time during COVID. I'm very proud of our senior community. They always say what they feel, and they certainly action work in the community too. So I am very proud of the work that they have done, and I thank them. And just one note with regards to this, it talks about improving the well-being and quality of life of older Aucklanders. And that's what we want for everyone, because as was noted by INSB member Wilcox, it is critical to look after our older community. Kia ora matua, and thank you too for your support in my work on this project. I feel I've done such a small part in it, but I certainly support the mahi in our beautiful older community and wish them well with this. I'm looking forward to the views of the local boards. Kia ora tātou.
Ka pai, Councillor Mulholland, and thank you so much for the closing comments. There's a mover and seconder. I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against? Unanimous? That's even better.
Woohoo!
Plus the Indian call. So it's carried. I will break till 2 o'clock. We've only got 2 substantive items left. My apologies for not breaking earlier. I just wanted to try and get through our agenda and get our staff to carry on the mahi, so then it also would free up your fellas' afternoon. But there's only 2 items left, and then just our agenda, normal ones. So look, we'll see you all back, if that's okay, in 28 minutes. So at 2 o'clock. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Ngā mihi nui koutou.
Ka pai.
Ka kite.
Well done. Ka kite anō.
Thank you, Alpha.
Can we do a roll call, please? Kia ora.
Kia ora, we will do a roll call. I can't actually tell if we have enough on the call because everyone's remained on the call, but we will do a roll call. I'll get Suad to bring up the minutes so I can go through the list. Thank you. Thank you, Suad. Mayor Goff.
Kia ora.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Kia ora.
Councillor Bartley.
Present.
Councillor Casey.
Kia ora, Maya.
Kia ora. Councillor Collins. Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora, anō.
Kia ora. Councillor Cooper.
I'm here, but I was here this morning from about just before 11 as
Noted,
well.
thank you. Councillor Dalton.
Kia ora, anō.
Councillor Fletcher.
Present.
Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. IMSB member Kaki. Councillor Mulholland.
Present.
Councillor Newman. Councillor Sayers.
Yes, present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
I'm here, Maya. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Present.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Hi, Maya.
Hello. IMSB member Wilcox.
Ke konei.
Kia ora. Councillor Young.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Maya.
Sorry, Chair, it's FSO on the line, so apologies.
Whawhitai lava. It's been noted in there. So look, welcome back. Kathy, when you were talking at the previous item, you were talking about my heart is full. I just wanted to let you know my stomach is full now. So we'll move on to item 16. Progress update implementing the recommendations from the Community Occupancy Guidelines Review. I will have Nancy Chu, Coral, and Kataraina to support the item. It's the mover is Councillor Casey, and I will second. And the purpose is to give us an update. And so I'll just hand it over to Nancy and the team. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou, the chair and councillors. Ko Nancy Chu tōku ingoa, he Principal Policy Advisor Aho from Community and Social Policy. Thank you for having me today. Also joining me today here are my managers, Katarina Maki, Carol Kenner, and also Yusuf Kahan, Manager of Community Leases team, to answer any operations related questions or any detailed data questions. So I have a short verbal summary prepared for the report, and then happy to answer any questions afterwards. The report is about the review of the Community Occupancy Guidelines, which was commissioned by the Environment and Community Committee. The review results were approved by the committee in 2018 with a work program of changes. This report is a policy monitoring report on the work program progress. It shows that progress has been slower than expected, and we have not yet achieved the key areas of improvement. The report recommends prioritizing the work program with a list of targets and to report back to you on progress in 12 to 18 months. So that's a short summary, and happy to take any questions.
Ka pai, Nancy, thank you so much. Pātai is Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Nancy, the question comes from a pretty awful experience in my ward. We've had this expression of interest and we've had this objection period, And now the community facility has been empty for over 2 years. It's since Te Manawa moved over the road, and we've got there was a dreadful hearing process. That the groups had to go through because one objected to the other group getting it, and still no real, they had to start all over again. And I couldn't find anything about the objection process in this policy thing, just about equity, etc., etc. But is it true that it's part of the Local Government Act that you have to have an objection period? Because I just think this is a real imposition on communities. You put it up, they've said, okay, the staff recommend to the local board, look, this meets the criteria. There were 2 that met the criteria, the local board decided, and from my point of view, that should be it. They've used their judgment, but we've had this dreadful, expensive on time and everything else for these groups to have to plead their case in front of an independent commissioner who wasn't very independent. And I just hope that we're going to take that out. It just seems ludicrous. The local board's decision should be the local board decision. They know their community.
Yeah.
Yours, Nancy.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. The report actually is about the review changes, which is at a quite high level for the community occupancy guidelines. So I don't really have the detailed knowledge of the a particular case. So maybe I can refer to you, Yusuf, talk about the specific.
It may more be the operational leasing, but I would have thought that would embed fairer processes in our policy.
Yes, so equity was highlighted in the review recommendations back in 2018. We have made some changes to the current process to ensure that we have a better process for recognizing equity. However, as the reasons being stated in the report, that implementation's been much slower than expected. So the changes hasn't really, in my knowledge, hasn't really been implemented, probably not to this specific case. So again, I think it's probably a better answer by Yusuf.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Yusuf Kanya, Leasing Community Facilities. Thank you, Councillor, in relation to that question. Just responding to that. So within the policy guides Council's approach to that, to how we assess and formalize community leases. A component of that is driven by legislation. And generally within the community leases sphere, it's either the Reserves Act or the Local Government Act that provides the guidance around the level and the extent of consultation. So we're happy to answer any questions relating to specifically that lease in question, but from a policy piece on whether consultation should be included, because it's driven by legislation, I don't know how much ability a policy will have in terms of informing what the legislative requirements are.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Cooper. Look, I was just going to suggest that again a conversation, and I've got no problems facilitating that with yourself and those interested, in particular to the issue that you've outlined with Yusuf, with Nancy, with Coral. If you think that'll be at least a way forward with your particular one.
It's really in local board realm, but I mean, when you've got people coming and talking to you about it, what do? You can't say, oh, sorry, not my problem. And that's what I feel, that we're at an impasse, and we have a really great space there where space is at a premium that's been empty because of this process. But if it's a legislative requirement, the only way we can do that is, maybe lobby government. I don't know.
Okay, then. Well, look, we'll try and get something back to you in regards to any way forward. Yusuf, Nancy, is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering if the guidelines are still fit for purpose if, well, two things. One, under the community investment model and that we agreed to under the long-term plan, and two, if local board decision-making is devolved under the governance framework.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I think the report it's for a progress update for the changes that we that were approved in 2018. So it doesn't really go into too much details. So we haven't really done work into whether it's fit for purpose in the last 3 years. Yeah. Okay. Carol, would you like to answer?
Yes, thanks, Nancy. So the review is relatively recent. It was done in 2018, and so within the policy cycle, it's still quite recent. I think with the change to the governance framework, the guidelines become even more important because they give an assurance that the policies are applied across all 21 local boards and they support getting better outcome for the community. So I don't see that they necessarily need to be reviewed at this stage, but certainly implementation of the priorities that are highlighted in the reports will be very important.
Thank you for that.
Matua Glenn, and then I'll go to Councillor Simpson after that in case.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this report. Look, I'm just going up to the, so I'm jumping between pages, to the discussion that occurs within the Maori Impact Statement. In particular, the part, God, this nexus is useless. The lack of consideration. Staff consider these concerns and they address them in the two areas. I'm kind of struggling a little bit to see how that's translated into the attachment. If you go down to the attachment, you've got it there that there's a kind of a framework being done in the assessment, but I'm not understanding how that comes through to decision making for Māori outcomes.
Yep, I can answer that question in part, and then again, if there's any details you would like, I think I will refer to Yusuf. Yes, so the when we did the review back in 2018, that we, oh yes, thank you. I just saw the comments coming through. Yeah, so when we did the review back in 2018, that we engaged with Mana Whenua twice, and then the two things they highlighted are that it's difficult to know what Māori outcome we are delivering, and also the other thing is sometimes they don't have access to information, hence it's sometimes they miss out on any new site being vacant and not being able to be involved in the expression of interest process. So both things being considered and incorporated into the review changes which were approved, and how they translated into decision making is that for each lease contract that we have a community outcome plan. And in that plan that we have made quite a lot of changes to make sure that we have a better and more streamlined way of monitoring and setting expectations on Māori outcomes. And also we've made changes into the expression of interest process to make sure that we will be more open. Well, the information will be more accessible to different groups in the community. So that's kind of my answer in a nutshell. And I don't know whether you've got anything to add, Yusuf?
Kia ora. Thank you, Nancy. Look, thank you for that question. There's two levels in terms of which we look at Maori involvement. One is prior to any decision making. So typically when there's a lease proposal, one of the first things that we do is engage with mana whenua on a forum and seek input, which informs any reporting to the local board around the views represented by mana whenua. The second level is within operative lease agreements, and that touches on the point that Nancy spoke about within the community occupancy guidelines. So the way we craft that, community occupancy plans, the way we craft those community occupancy plans at a high level, it looks at alignment with both the Auckland plan and the local board plan, but they distilled right down to the group's activity. And things that we look at is representation in terms of Maori membership, outcomes around, the promotion of Maori in Pacifica as well, and the level of participation with Maori. And what those community outcomes plans do, they set targeted rates with regard to certain activities based on the demographics of that area as well. And that's how we drive that involvement in terms of improving, Maori outcomes. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sorry, through you, Chair. I do want to take this offline because I'm trying to understand where the mana whenua and the mātāwaka input then drives the decision-making process, and what part do they play in a decision-making process? Because it seems that what we're doing is we're saying in the plan and everything is that we're going to talk to them, but how much regard are we having to the discussion that's coming out of that thing, and what framework are we putting around that? And I think this bears a little bit more investigation. Granted, we're way behind in the implementation anyhow, and I see that there are a couple of pilot kaupapa that are being put forward now, and so I'm quite happy to move this offline if that's okay with you, Chair. No issues with the recommendations to date. Just want to dig into it a little bit more. Thank you, Chair.
Ka pai tērā. So look, that'll be moved offline. Councillor Simpson, have you? Yeah.
Look, I was going to leave it. I was asked to ask this question, but I'm happy. Okay, I'll ask it because I have been asked to ask it. And that is, with the performance indicators, so when council grants new leases in the future will be 3 standard key performance indicators: Māori membership, Māori outcomes, and Māori participation. The question I was asked to ask from a local board member was, what if there is a marae in your local board area that actually handles the majority of that work? So therefore, the community leases that the local board would grant don't necessarily or shouldn't necessarily reflect that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Yusuf, would you like to answer this question?
Sorry?
Kia ora, Nancy. Yeah, happy to respond to Councillor Simpson.
Okay, thanks.
Look, the community outcomes plan looks at the activity level rather than the broader outcomes. So in the example that you've given, the focus on a marae would look at community well-being as opposed to another activity, for example, a rugby club. And the question then would be asked within that community outcomes plan, what's the level of participation for Maori in terms of that sport rather than overall well-being?
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora, there's nothing else on the sideline, so I'm going to move to any comments, whakaaro. 3-second rule. No, there's none. Look, just to our staff, Yusuf, to yourself, Korol, Nancy and Kataraina, thank you so much. Ngā mihi ki a koutou katoa. And I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against? Carried. Thank you so much. We now move to item 18. To put on the table, I will move the recommendation and seek a seconder to it.
Yeah, I'll have you second, Alf.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and my apologies. So look, this particular one, I'm just going to invite our officers to be Korau, accompanied with Kataraina, and I'll just open it up for to put it on the table for discussion. Kia ora.
Thank you, Chair. I have a small presentation to present the key findings of the business case for continued aquatic provision in Albert Eden. So I'm going to share with you. Sorry, just bear with me.
It's on Nexus as well, just to let you know, Korau.
All right. It's coming, it's just a little bit slow. Can you see it?
No, not. I just see you're presenting primary monitor screen.
Yeah.
I can see the PowerPoint behind, I think. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Just give it a second, otherwise I'll speak to the presentation if you have access to it in a different method.
So look, Korau, I'm just going to... Maya, do you have the presentation that you could assist Korau?
Yes, I have the presentation open. I can put it up if Corral will stop sharing.
Okay.
Yep, I have. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
And it's ready to go.
It's in front of us now, Korau.
All right, perfect. So I'll get started. I know it's your last item, and I'm sure many members are keen to get going. So this item originated in 2017 when staff conducted a Central West need investigation. If we can go to the next slide, please. The key findings regarding to aquatics were that there was a gap in provision around FO, and consequently the governing body agreed to a new aquatic center in FO, which is likely to be located around Avondale and scheduled to open in 2017-28 based on the LTP. The second conclusion from the needs investigation was that there was a need for ongoing aquatic provision in Albert Eden. So no gap was found in Albert Eden, but a need to maintain current provision. So the reason that you have an indicative business case in front of you for this area around aquatics is because the framework agreement for Mount Albert Aquatic Centre requires Auckland Council to investigate this matter or to continue to provide aquatic services in the area. Next, please. So staff has developed an indicative business case, and we have looked at 5 options, which are presented in front of you. So I'll go very quickly through them. So the first one is a status quo, continuing aquatic provision at the current facility. The second one is actually an extension of the current facility, so adding 3 lanes, 79 car parks, and a new accessway. The second option 2, is a new aquatic facility adjacent to Mount Albert Community and Leisure Centre. And options 3.0 and 3.1 is a brand new facility located elsewhere on council-owned sites within the local board area. Next, please, Maya. So the business case looks at 3 elements. The first one is a needs assessment. And I'd like to mention that a quite thorough needs assessment was conducted for the Central West need assessment. So we have quite a bit of information already existing from that previous work. And the work that we did for the indicative business case concluded the same findings that were previously arrived to, that there's a growing demand for aquatic services in Albert Eden, and therefore there's a need that is there in the area. At the moment, that need in Central West Auckland is primarily met through provision at Mount Albert Aquatic Centre. And Mount Albert Aquatic Centre can operate long-term, and this is because of 2 reasons. The first one is that a recent 2019 condition assessment found that the facility is in satisfactory condition, so with normal maintenance and renewal can operate long-term. And the second is that the pool trust has a long-term license to occupy plus 2 rights of renewal. Next, please. It was also found that through our capacity modeling that Mount Albert Aquatic Centre faces capacity constraints. So you would have heard this morning from member Watson that there are some unmet needs in the area, and we have modeled that at the moment, the current capacity is unlikely to fully meet needs until 2028. By then, the full swimming pool is meant to open, and at the moment, 17% of users for Mount Albert Aquatic Centre, are from FO. So it is expected that those residents will use their local facility rather than travel to another facility. The modeling also shows that there will be, again, some capacity constraints from 2033. And the graph on the right-hand side is an illustration of that capacity. It also shows that if we were to open a new facility or expand the new facility at Mount Albert Aquatic Centre, there'll be capacity well above demand. Next, please. So the second part of an indicative business case is a strategy case, and I'll go through that very quickly. So the investment proposal is to maintain aquatic services in the area. And that aligns with national and local strategic objectives and contributes to Auckland Plan outcomes, especially participation. So just wanting to highlight that the greatest risk for maintaining provision and being able to meet demand is a delay in the delivery of the aquatic centre info. Next, please. The third part of an indicative business case is the economic case. And we have a set methodology that is used across all our indicative business case. And our cost-benefit analysis are provided by Martin Jenkins. In this particular case, we found that all benefit cost ratio are close to 1 or under 1. And that means that effectively cost over a 30-year period are higher or about the same as benefits. and that one of the key reasons is that the capacity that would be delivered through investment will exceed future demands. Yeah, and the final point is that the economic case for this particular indicative business case compares unfavorably compared to other business cases that we have done in the last few years. Next, please. And this is my final slide. So these are the cost-benefit results. So as you can see, I've just mentioned that options 3 and 3.1, I've got negative cost-benefit ratio. And option 1 and 2, I've got benefit ratio very close to 1. And that benefits are not met or felt before a 30-year period. So for 30 years, costs are much, much higher than benefits, and at the 30-year period, we get to benefits being higher than cost. So that's my presentation. I take the report as read, and I'm happy to take any question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Coral. So the recommendations is on here. I'm going to open up for partai first. So any partai from our committee? Councillor Fletcher, followed by Councillor Casey, and I'll name the rest after. Kia ora.
Briefly, can the officer confirm that the submission from the Albert Eden Local Board was a unanimous decision?
I don't. No, I cannot confirm that, Councillor Fletcher. I'm sorry, I cannot recollect the decision. The verbatim of the decision is in the reports, and if any members voted against it, they was not noted on the resolution.
I'll just double check, but my understanding for members of this committee is that it was the unanimous view of the entire local board, which is interesting for me, but I will get verification of that.
Come by, Councillor Casey.
Thanks, Alfie. Carol, were you present for Maggie Watson's presentation this morning?
Yes, I heard it, yes.
Oh, cool. Could you just confirm that, or deny, that the development at Carrington has been factored into your workings on this? Because that would mean up to 4,000 homes, and Margie said this morning it could be as many as 10,000 people in the near future.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Casey. So the need assessment and any modelling we do is based on the latest population projections from the I11 model. And I have checked with my colleagues who provide that modelling output. And yes, there's about just over 10,000 new residents planned to be living in that new development. So yes, I can confirm this is taken into account.
Thank you.
I have Matua Glenn.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In the resolution, we're being asked is that there's actually a weak economic case for investment to expand Mount Albert or to build a new facility. In this case, have we looked at the wider vision of what's happening across the motorway on the southern side, more towards the Puketapapa area as well? And my second question is, I noticed that there's quite an emphasis on parking, when I thought the council or the Auckland Transport is actually trying to reduce parking. So I'm kind of, there's the two things there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Member Wilcox. So in response to your first question, we look at the catchment of the aquatic facility. Typically, catchments are about a 5-kilometer radius. So we look at any planned development and population growth and changing in demographic characteristics across the catchment. Because the initial work was Central West, we also have a good understanding of the wider area. So we have taken into account development in that area. With response to your second question, the parking, the focus on car parking solution is very much driven by the Pool Trust. So the inclusion of new car parking in option 1 is a response to the problem statements that have been highlighted by the school and through the partnership. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
I will now move to Councillor Cooper.
Sorry, I think I've had my question answered. I just want to make sure we're not spending the money we need for a pool out west. But we're not, so that's good. Thank you.
Move to Councillor Coob and then His Worship the Mayor.
O kia ora mātua. My question is around, kia ora, Carol. The local board brought to us, and it was unanimous, the Deputy Chair told us in terms of their what they resolved on in their response and rejecting the indicative business case. And I understand their issues are around access, parking and capacity, and attachment B does go through the staff response to those issues. Obviously not all of them will be to the satisfaction of the local board, but a couple of them do seem to be a response, particularly around the access and the parking. So I'm just wondering, this is a question, well, first of all, the question is can you just clarify how the parking and the access, the safety, I think is how I understand it, around the access into the pool is going to be addressed. And then, Mr. Chair, my question would be, I would have thought that we would want to note how those issues are being taken forward and that have been responded to, well, and what we're doing to respond to those issues that the local board has raised.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Coombe. So in terms of the car parking and access issues at the facility, those are operational issues, and we have not dealt with them in great details in the business case. But I have here my colleague Dave Stewart, who can answer your question.
Kia ora koutou, and thanks, Carol. So there are, I guess, existing concerns from the school, in particular around the driveway access into the car parking facility that then serves the aquatics facility, and that's basically about the flow of vehicles in and out of the car park, and obviously with the growth of role within the school and the flow of students across that entranceway, students and traffic creates a concern for the school. So as part of the framework agreement that we have between Auckland Council, the Pool Trust and the school, the question of alternative provision and whether or not there was the need for that is to be addressed first, which is this conversation that you're having at the moment. Following on from that is a work program to address the health and safety concerns. So we've been in regular conversation through the joint liaison group with both the school and with the trust around the plan to, I guess, address those concerns once we knew that the long-term provision was to continue to be at the site, at the school. So we have plans, and we will continue to come back to you on how we are seeking to address those concerns and make sure that the ongoing provision out of this facility is being managed in a safe way, and that we don't have any concerns around students and traffic being in the same place at the same time.
Kia ora, Dave, appreciate that. But is there anything in the recommendations that say that that is the process and how those issues are going to be addressed as part of the work program going forward, particularly around the health and safety?
Councillor Coombe, can I just sort of add my little sixpence, and if Carol or Dave wants to sort of add, that's fine. That was one of the key conversations I had about a week ago with Dave, and that was the work that both Councillor Casey and I were doing around the health and safety of the students and the vehicles in the one place. The undertaking and commitment that I got from Dave, which I will hold depending on how we get on with this particular or the recommendations, is that that will be addressed definitely. I have no issue at all depending on how we get on with the substantive that's now on the table of ensuring that that's in here. But I have got the undertaking from Dave that from an operational perspective that will be addressed if depending again where we go with this. But look, I'm just going to wait until our part-time's finished, but that's definitely a conversation I've already had with Dave. And as I said, both Councillor Casey and I did a site visit with Auckland Transport, as well as a separate site visit with the principal and a member of the trust.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. And would you be willing to entertain an additional point that notes the ongoing work that you're progressing?
Look, definitely open, but again, let's see what happens.
Okay, I will try hard.
Yeah.
Elsewhere, Councillor, through the chair, we just note resolution F of the report. So there is an existing note. Which meets Councillor Coombs' concern about note in the resolution.
Oh, kia ora. That was my question to Dave, so I couldn't see that on the screen. Sorry, and I was flicking between different parts of the report.
And I didn't pick it up on my run sheet, and it's out there in plain language. So, Councillor Coombe, are you okay with F?
Yeah, that's good to see that's there.
Yep, and I've been given a verbal undertaking as well. Your Worship, the Mayor?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, option 1 to 3.1 are all quite expensive, from 22 million in round figures to 43 million. Can I just get you to remind me, it could be to Carol or Dave or Katarina, were we to choose one of those options, where would the money come from? And is this effectively a zero-sum game, so that if we were putting more money into a pool that is existing but isn't ideal for the reasons set out by the local board, that might come at the expense of another pool or another community facility out of the same fund that the money is allocated from? Could I just get some clarification around that, please?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Goff. So if there was a resolution to move ahead with any of the investment options, then the funding should need to be considered through the annual plan process or long-term plan process. And then it would be a question of prioritizing funding for this facility against funding for the Faux facility, the Flatbush facility, and also the Massif Enuopai facility, which have all gone through an indicative business case process and have been approved and are in the long-term plan or infrastructure plan. So that's the first part of your question. And in terms of the zero-sum game, sorry. So you would, with some of the facility investment, you create additional capacity. So you support meeting demand, but the analysis show that you actually oversupply in the area. Hope that answers your questions.
Yeah, no, thanks. So it's not, we don't have a magic pot of money that we could pay for this out of. So it would have to come at the expense of one of the other pools that you've mentioned that don't exist at the moment. And I guess the argument would be, well, Eden Albert have got a pool. It's not perfect, but it has a pool, but the other areas don't have one at all. So, yeah, I guess that's what will be on a lot of our minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's no other partai I see in the sidebar. So look, I'm going to move to any whakaaro kōrero. Three-second rule's gone. So look, hold on, here we go. Councillor Casey.
Yeah, thanks, Alfie. I will be voting against this, and I'd just like to tell you the reasons for that. They're probably self-evident since I've been banging on about the Mount Albert Aquatic Centre for as long as I've been a councillor. So it is disappointing because there is an expectation from the people of Mount Albert who are looking to their local board members and their councillors for some relief, really, from the overcrowding, which is currently there. It's not something that's coming. If you're a swimmer, it's really hard to get swim time in Mount Albert. So that is a fact. Now, that's not a fact when the next 10,000 people come from the Carrington development or anything else that happens. And again, the Carrington development is something that I raise every time Eke Panuku come and talk to us about Transform and Unlock, because I think that there's a huge population there that will use the Mount Albert facilities. And so that's always in the back of my mind. I heard what the Mayor said, be thankful for what you've got in these times. But I just think it's short-sighted not to plan into the future. I mean, we're virtually locking the door on this for another decade. And I know that the pressure will come on. And I think the staff said the biggest risk is if the full pool doesn't get built in time. No, I don't think that's the biggest risk at all. I think by 2028, the Mount Albert pool will almost be impossible to swim in because there'll be too many people there. That's my real belief. And so I couldn't possibly support doing nothing for the next 10 years. I just couldn't. So what I was hoping was that we could keep the door open in some way, but there isn't any opportunity from the resolutions, which is why it will be a no vote from me. And I'm disappointed because, the local board has had it in its local board plan consecutively. I've worked with Peter Haynes, Margie Watson, and now Lee Corrick on this for as long, as I said, as I've represented this particular area. And I've always sought to get an assurance that we would have a facility, and I understood that the Mount Albert pool, that was a temporary fix to keep it standing till we could get a new pool. That was all. And that is actually what the people think as well. So it's a big letdown for the local people. We don't get an awful lot of new things ever because we're not in a growth area. And this was always one. It doesn't have to be now, but it does have to be in the next 10 years. And so I'm just expressing my disappointment. And so no, I won't be supporting the resolutions today, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Casey. I'll move now to Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And Councillor Casey is absolutely correct, of course, because this has been on the books for a pool for Albert Eden for a long, long time, as have other facilities and other pools all over Auckland. So everyone's queuing up. Half the local boards want a new pool, new library or a new sports centre. And we don't have the dosh for it. And it is absolutely right. If we do something here, someone else who probably has a greater need, such as East Auckland, and Councillor Young and Stewart's ward have been basically waiting for a pool in a leisure centre for a long, long time in the Ormiston suburb, which is massive. And the growth areas need to be supplied. I think the saving grace coming forward for the Albert Eden area is going to be the Auckland Light Rail project, which is slating for a massive amount of development, which if we do a smart infrastructure funding model and development contributions, will help fund all these sorts of facilities or parts of them there or going forward. So I'm going to be supporting these recommendations put forward by yourself, Mr. Chair, because there are other areas of greater need at this point in time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Move to Councillor Fletcher.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair, and I apologise in advance if I cut it out. I've got connectivity problems, and unfortunately, I can't use Nexus and this program Skype at the same time, so I haven't got everything in front of me. May I firstly send my condolences to the chair of the local board. Her father-in-law died, and that is why she was unable to be with us for the presentation this morning. But I do want to confirm that it is the unanimous view of that local board that the support for the submission that they made, the very reasons that the Deputy Mayor is articulating. I mean, there is going to be enormous pressure, and we know with intensification we need to ensure that there is that infrastructure there. So I would very much like to endorse the comments around the intensification that we are likely to see there. That's intensification along those, transport orientated development along those routes that are so incredibly popular. But despite the fact that Councillor Coombs and others are looking and understanding of the need for upgrading some of the facilities of the existing facilities, I'm actually with Councillor Casey on this insofar as we do need to be planning and looking ahead. It's pretty limiting if we're just looking over the next 3 years. So I can't support the recommendations today, and I hope that this can be reviewed if it is supported today, and we can actually go back to looking at what the likely pressure will be on that area. And I don't like the way that we have allowed it to be a divide and conquer. Well, if Fo get this, then Mount Albert can't get that. It's not healthy in terms of the building of relationships in the United Auckland. And I can see that there are other areas of need, and I do think that there are things that we should be doing in terms of partnerships and bringing in additional funding into council. But I think it's short-sighted not to be planning something for the future when we know that that is going to be an area of high growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I'll move at this stage lastly to Councillor Henderson. Kia ora.
Kia ora, kia ora matua, and although I plan to support these recommendations today, I do have a bit of a heavy heart about it, and I do really understand where the people of Mount Albert and their representatives are coming from here, because this is one of our biggest capital problems writ large. I'd invite anyone, probably not this summer with COVID, but any other summer, to come and visit West Wave any time, any day in summer. People have to wait, lining up into the car park every single day. People with kids waiting in the hot sun, 90 minutes or more. I've seen it. I've regularly visited people to talk to them about how they feel. And I'm not as familiar with the Mount Albert situation, but if that's the sort of capacity we're talking, then that community's in for a very rough ride, because we've had this for many years now. And if we're talking future growth, we need to talk about 200,000 West Aucklanders right now with one pool. I agree with Councillor Fletcher that we can't allow this to be a divide and conquer situation. We can't look at this ward and that ward necessarily. We need to look soberly at the needs of areas across Auckland. Think regionally and get on with Flatbush, Fo and Westgate. They're all completely urgent. But the challenge will be absolutely huge trying to find ways to fund these facilities with the problems that we already have and that are going to be even worse in terms of our debt capacity and our capital problems. So I don't really know what to do. It's just a terrifying situation. and we need to get started on building these facilities that are urgently needed, and well before 2028. They're needed now. So this is hard. This is a hard one, Matua. Thanks.
No, Kapai, I agree, and this is why around the conversation I had with Dave and Corolla of them around our next steps, depending on where these substantive recommendations go. I haven't got any further comments to add to what has been said, and I will be closing this debate. But to Corolla, merci beaucoup, and to Kataraina, ngā mihi ki a koe. Thank you so much for the work. I know that would have been difficult as well, knowing the passion that both Councillor Casey and Fletcher and others, but more importantly, the local board have in regards to the aquatic facilities in their area. So look, thank you so much. I'm going to
by division, Mr. Chairman.
No problems at all. By division.
Okay, councillors voting on item 18. I can't see it anymore. We'll start with the Mayor, Mayor Goff.
In favour.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Aye.
Chair Philippa.
Aye.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Councillor Collins. 4.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
4.
Sorry, Councillor Bartley. Councillor Bartley is online.
Yeah. 4.
Thank you. Councillor Dalton.
4.
Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
Councillor Henderson.
4.
IMSB member Kage. We'll move to the next one. Councillor Mulholland.
Heavy heart, 4.
Councillor Newman.
4.
Councillor Sayers.
4, please.
Councillor Simpson.
4.
Councillor Stewart.
4.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Walker? No. Councillor Watson?
Yes.
IMSB member Wilcox?
Aye.
Councillor Young?
4.
Thank you. Can we scroll up, please? Thank you. So that's carried 17 votes to 2. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Maya. So that's carried, and we'll now move to item 19, consideration of extraordinary business. There was none. I therefore close the meeting, and before I do, just want to acknowledge you all the members of the committee, as well as our staff, plus those that spoke at public input, for allowing us to finish early and allow us to now just have time to sort of to do what you need to do. So look, I call the meeting to a close. Thank you, Suad. Thank you, Maya, as always, and thank you so much. Ka kite anō.
Whawhatai.
Cheers off.
Thanks, Al.
Thank you, Alpha.
Kia ora, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Matawa.
Good job, Alf.
Ka kite anō.
Bye, Alfie.
See you, my mate. I'll give you a call.